know. New people, old people. Hi, everyone. Welcome. You had a long day. Um, you had a short day. We're about to enter gear two. So, hi. Okay, so Maya was talking about the Smart Investment Club. Shala was dropping the numbers. I'm like, it's not right. Oh, wrong now. Oh, wrong. Where am I in this investment club? I'm there. I'm there. So guys, if someone says, no, look, guys, we got our figures a bit just wrong. We've done about billion naira, just something light, and we're going further. Please get on the train. Especially if everyone needs to know about anything that multiplies money. I'm a great money multiplier magnet. So I'm just like, look, she doesn't know I'm about to hunt her. She don't know that I'm about to hunt her for calling those type of figures in 2020. Yeah. All right. So, hi. Someone said the thunder herself. I'm just a little lightning, just a little. I've just come to have a chat or two. Oh. Let's have a chat. I'm just like, can we just have a chat? Can we have a Saturday evening chat? Like after all the buzz of today, because I know all the other speakers, like DK and the rest, they're like, oh, you just be like, DK will just say something, you're like, oh, chest teeth, oh, buzz. I'm just here to like take it down. Let's just talk. Okay. Are we free to talk? Just a little conversation, you and I. I don't even know why Olajumoke is smiling. Like, what is this conversation? It's not a conversation. Yeah, just giving you something light before I step out. So, welcome everyone. Thank you so much, Smart Investment Club, for having me. Thank you, Shola. Shola has a joke. There are people who have jokers with me. So they're like, they have one card. You know how they have one opportunity with me. So when Shola met me for this, I'm like, is this how you want to use your joker? Is this how you really want to use your and we've been trying, this year has been fantastic, even in terms of scheduling. I'm not, this year is the year where your calendar doesn't even make sense. If you had a diary of, like a schedule type diary, how's it going with you? How are you planning your life? This year has not really been the type of year where you stick to your plan. So we've been going back and forth on when will be the appropriate time. And this just, came around perfectly. And I said, is this really, final answer, is this really how you want to use it? And she said, yes, I want to use it for my people. I want to use it for the Smart Investment Club. So if you're here, know that Shola used her joker for you. So, okay. Secondly, dear Smart Investment Club, I don't know what people's agenda is. With that food basket people sent me, I'm gonna say this. They sent me a very massive food basket. I was just like, no, guys, I'm ready. We're ready to go. They're like, no, have a dinner on us. Have a little something, a bite or two. Let's feed you. When I saw the basket, I'm like, I called my guys. I'm like, you have to stay at alert because this kind of food is the kind of food that they give somebody before they ask the person for half of their kingdom. I'm like, Shola will just be like, I'm fine. Will you get a Smart Investment Club? Because her voice is so I'm actually be making her Smart Investment Club, people, your kingdom. And then I'll just be like, that means I edit. Wow. Yes, Shola, what else do you want? So I'm ready for you guys today. I'm at alert because that was thank you for that. All right. So let's not waste any further time. I just wanted to talk to you about my aim. Can I share my screen? Is that enabled for me to be able to share my screen? Because I'm gonna be using some of what is on my screen to share with you guys. So if I'm enabled, just let me know. Someone say, yes, ma'am, give us half of the kingdom. Don't worry, you shall have it. When I'm done with you, you will have the entire kingdom. You won't have half. You have all. Okay. So it says the host disabled attendee screen sharing. It was good before. I think in trying to enable it, maybe you disabled it. So just when you enable it, I'll keep trying so that I know when you enable it, or just fantastic. I can share. I can share my screen with you. Can you all see? Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, fantastic. You will be my point guard. If anything is going wrong, just let me know, okay? All right, so we are at money, mindset, the dividends. I wanted to make it personal and say it's your money, your mindset, and the dividend, because it can be your money, it's your mindset, but the dividends are kind of like spread abroad across different and everything I put on my slide is intentional, plus the fact that the money is in dollars. Quite intentional. Okay, so first of all, if you've never heard me speak before, I want to warn you to please stay with me. I don't necessarily speak to excite. I will require that you think. So if you're tired, take a little juice, chew some gum, get up from your bed. If you're lying down, I'm not a lullaby kind of speaker. You don't listen to me and go to bed if you don't want to see me in your dream. So if you're in a position that doesn't help your assimilation, because our positioning helps our assimilation, get into a position that helps your assimilation. I promise you it's going to be worth the next 120 minutes or so of your time, okay? All right, so why am I'm gonna take you on a little journey and I will tell you why. And the journey is not so much me talking about money. I don't necessarily talk about the tangible. That's not really my core area. I talk about the intangible. So for instance, and I'll explain what I mean. Every tangible has an intangible. So for money, the physical cash you can see in hand has an intangible. Mind, whatever you cannot touch is an intangible. Mindset is an intangible. Knowledge is an intangible. Understanding is an intangible. Belief systems are intangible. And the thing about the intangibles is that the intangibles create the tangible. So if you're having a problem with a tangible, what most human beings do is that they try to correct the tangible from the tangible level. So you're having a problem with money, and then you say, what can I do? How many other streams of income can I get? What can I fix? What can I fix? What can I fix? In trying to fix a problem that is tangible, we were conditioned to fix it at a tangible level. But the true solution to a tangible problem is an intangible solution. So I'm pulling back the curtain. My job today is to actually pull back the curtain and help you understand that money is like a puppet show. You are in a puppet show. And for those of you who have ever watched a puppet show, you know that in a puppet show, there are people or things controlling the strings. The puppets are not necessarily the ones doing all the talking, all the movements. It's whatever is going on behind the scenes, or whoever is going on behind the scenes that's doing that. That's the exact same thing with money. Imagine money as the puppet. Imagine your wealth, scenario right now as the puppet. There are things behind the scenes that either help this story be a fantastic story or help this story be a sub story. So I'm the puppet. I want to look at all of you. I'm the puppet exposer. I want to pull back the curtain. When I look at things, and for those of you who have children, maybe at the ages of say 3 to like 6, this is the age, I call it the destruction age, where it's I want to say it's only boys, but I used to do it as a child. You buy me a doll that has eyes. I want to see why is this doll's eyes blinking? I want to go behind the doll. I wasn't those type of, I wouldn't say I'm not one of those that just braided their doll's hair. No, if the doll blinked, I'm going to pluck the doll eye out. I want to know why a doll is blinking at me. So, I want to expose what goes on behind the scenes. What goes on behind the scenes, pull back the curtain, help you see, so that the next time you face a problem or a challenge, you're not addressing it at the physical level or the tangible level. You're able to say, oh no, this is just the puppet show. I know what goes on or who goes on behind the scenes. Let me talk to the manager behind the scenes. Have you ever gone into a shop and you had a problem? If you've gone into a store, I would say Nigerians like to do this. I'll say they have a complaint or something, and they're talking to the person in front of them, but say if your complaint is not getting resolved in the way that you think it should be, you're like, I want to talk to your manager. Who's in charge? Who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of this establishment? I want to talk to who's in charge. Always with a whisk of hair. I want to talk to who's in charge of this establishment. And so I want to pull back the curtain, because up until now, with money, some of you have been talking to third parties. Some of you have been talking to the attendees. Some of you have been talking to the waiters. Some of you have been talking to different people when it concerns money, but you've not talked to management yet. So today is the day we're going to be like, who's in charge? We want to see your management. We want to talk to management. All right, now, another quick thing you're going to do for me before I continue is you're going to put on your cameras for me. If your camera is off, put it on. I like to see the faces of the people that I'm talking to. Also, let me tell you what Zoom does. If your camera is off, Zoom moves you to the back of the class. If your camera is on, Zoom moves you to my side. So now there's a lot of you who just put on your cameras, and all of a sudden I can see a pretty face. I can see Oluchi's child, the daughter waving at me. Hi. I can see Edikan Oyawe. Wow, I've not heard Akwa Ibom and Yoruba put together. Fantastic. Awesome. I can see Yemisi Ekpo. Yemisi is like, oh, she haven't heard me. I said, don't lie down. She didn't knew me. She didn't. Who he told her? Just tell your neighbor, don't lie down. Don't go and get heartburn. Don't lie down. Sit up. Sit up. Okay, so I can see Naomi, Esther. This, all of you just move from the back to the front because you put on your cameras. Irene, I can see you. Yemisi, Exceptional. Oh, that's a nice name. Grace, Modupe, Osua, Toyin Arolo. Hi. Dolapo. I mean, there are about 265 people right now on the call. Motala the Great, I can see you. Grace, the Zoom just brought Grace in to the front, like, try inside the, So I can see you all right now just because you put on your cameras. So leave them on so that I can see your pretty faces. Okay, there's some of you on slide 2. Bumi Balogo, Inemesit, Kike Ajayi. Hi, Inem with the good hair. Hi, Zainab. Hi, Alaide. Kasisha Additional. Kenny Clegg. Okay, great. You just came to my focus, so thank you. I also, your faces help me. If you can see my pretty face, I want to see yours. All right, cool. And then if you're very serious, if you're on this, call with your mind, you're clutching your mind to your chest. I can see some of you, your face is so serious. I'm like, Auntie, you need to be calming down. Mommy, you need to be calming down. You need to be what? Calming down, because ain't nobody gonna be serious up in here. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna have so much fun as you are thinking about your poverty and how to come out of it. Yeah, thanks. Much. Great. Awesome. Calm down. Some of you already have notes. I can see Naomi. Naomi's already with her note. Naomi Osega, she's like, yeah, ready to go. I'm like, calm down, calm down. We're just having a little chat or two. Oyin is like, wait, let me try and process what she's saying. So I've not even started, Oyin. Don't worry, your hair is natural to be retouched by the end of the call. Yeah. You don't need to go to the salon tomorrow. Okay. All right, cool. Now let's get to it. Let's get to the puppet masters and the people behind the scene. I said I wanted to help your understanding, and this is the reason why. I will be amiss if I taught you about money. I'm not teaching you per se about money. I'm helping you to understand what you are already in the process of. I want to pull back the curtain behind your daily lives and show you what you're presently doing, how you're presently doing it, the effects of it, some of which you may not know. It's like sometimes they tell you drink water. You're like, I drink water because I'm in a fit farm. I want my skin to be glowy, but you don't necessarily know this is all water does in your system. And so, but say a surgeon would know. So I'm a surgeon. I'm going to take you nitty gritty wise, but in a way that you will not forget. So to understand is not just to teach you, but it's to help you perceive the significance, the explanation, or the cause of something. So when I say what you're going to leave with, if someone says, oh, what did I leave with? I want you to be able to say, I left with the understanding of money, not just the knowledge of it, but the understanding of it. Why? I'm going to help you see the significance, the explanation, or the cause of whatever you're going through with money, to be knowledgeably aware of the character or nature, to perceive the intended meaning of that thing, whatever we're going to discuss today. All right. Now, the reason that I'm going into understanding is to help you reverse engineer. If you understand something so well, if you understand the construction and makeup of something, say I told you guys about the dolls that I used to tear apart, the Bride of Chucky type of thing, excuse me. And if I could understand it, I used to tear them apart because if I could understand it enough, I could put it back together and nobody knows that I have torn it apart. Why is reverse engineering important? I read something and I gave this example on, I'm trying to open Instagram so I can read it to you guys. If you're not following me on Instagram, I don't like you. Follow me. Thanks. They said I should say that. So I'm telling you guys, follow me. I'm such fun. I promise. Okay, so I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to read something. How many people heard of Otedola and the buying of the car and the Ferrari and the Ferrari? Tell me what you felt. Tell me what you felt when you saw, a Ferrari or two. And just be honest. Talk to me. What do you feel about it? Some of you have been like, I want to be singing a song. Lord, whatever you're doing in the season, don't do it without me. Some of you are like, God, I see what you are doing for others. Baba, my address is still the same. So tell me, whether you felt happy, sad, indifferent, what did you feel? I'm going to start reading the comments now. Someone said, I was like, God, when? How? Goals. I felt happy for him. I felt fatherly love, and that money is good. Bolu is obviously living under the rock. I love Nikki, very honest. She said, I wish Otedola was my father. I felt that was smart. A car with good second-hand value. Fantastic. Goals. I wished my dad was rich. I was so proud he did. Someone was like, I felt indifferent. Come see, come sa, it don't concern me. How does that affect the price of fish in the market? I don't really get it. I felt it was just a dad buying cars for his daughter. Confused though. Someone said, I genuinely asked myself, what would I do if I had his resources? Tosin said, I had a God-punished poverty feeling. All right, so let me tell you why I'm talking about reverse engineering. Again, pulling back the curtain. My job today is to pull back the curtain. And everything I do, I'm going to pull back the curtain. Have you ever seen someone that took a bank loan, business went under the ground, cannot repay back, debtors are calling or creditors are calling, life is in discombobulation, wife packs her load and goes, like a Job season for the person, and the person just, there was a time when the rate of people jumping over the bridge in Lagos, because I don't know that if there's any Abuja bridge really like that, but we used to hear about it a lot in Lagos, like they'd be jumping over the bridge. It was suicide, but people committing suicide. And most of them, if you traced it, apart from the few that were due to depression, a lot of times it was due to money, the problems, the attendant problems, someone just not knowing how the person was going to get out of that state. Now, the reason you must learn to reverse engineer with money is because it's not okay to know how to build a building once. If you know how to build a building once and that's it, you don't have a building. If you just understand the concept of how to build once, you don't have a building. You have something you are imprisoned to, which is what a lot of us do with money. We have where the source of our money comes from. For some of you, it's a job. For some, it's a business. For some, it's it could be 2 or 3 things, but that's not true wealth. I will give you a definition of true wealth. True wealth is the ability to reproduce wealth. That's what true wealth is. True wealth is the ability to reproduce wealth or riches, to reproduce whatever you had that made your life okay. If you know this is my income at this time, or I'm doing something fantastic, or life is so great, if the rug is pulled from under you, that's when your state of true wealth comes up. There's a lot of people who would give up, jump over the bridge, die, commit suicide. There's people who know how to reproduce it. Now, to them, it's almost like a sport. After doing it for so long, you lost 2 million naira, you almost went crazy. You lost 10 million, you did not eat. You went from size 16 to size 2 because of 10 million naira. Then you're watching the news and they come in and say, today, Jeff Bezos lost $500 million in the stock market, or Warren Buffett lost 1.7 billion, and then you see them after the news. Because, if you're watching CNN, they always, when they're saying that type of news, they always try and follow the person, or they always try to capture the person. You just see Warren Buffett with his Coke, feeling cute like a baby panda, drinking his Coke, moving around slowly. Sometimes they don't even see him because they don't even have access to him, so they just put his picture. Jeff Bezos will be walking somewhere in his nice, simple jacket, just say hi. And then they don't say hi like us, like paparazzi. Hi! They were like, hi, hi. You who lost 10 million, you want to die. You want to give up the ghosts. You want to go to heaven. You want to call it quits. So, it's the reason reverse engineering is important. Koinsala said 10 million, I'll be 1 million safe. Because a lot of people think, wow, Dangote is fantastic. He's rich. That's why he even bought his daughter's 3 cars and all Ferrari, Ferrari, according to the name. Copy's own is Fair. This other one's name is Ra. This other one is Re. So Ferrari because, complete. And they are set up for life. They are set up. The children are set up. If they can buy Ferrari, I'm sure there's a house somewhere set up. I don't care how rich you are. If you haven't translated the ability to reproduce money to your children, they are not rich either. And this is why. This is Otenola's oil. Otenola's wealth came from where? You guys tell me. Where does Otenola's wealth come from? Oil, yeah. Where does Otenola's wealth come from? Tell me. Oil, yeah. Amarachi said oil. What else? Oil. Come on. Talk to me. Real estate, fantastic. Okay, any other person? So Otenola's wealth comes from oil, real estate. Great. Stock, his father. I love that nowadays. So there's oil, there's real estate, there's his father, there's lineage, there's telecoms. I love it. There's banking, fantastic. You guys have got it. You guys have done your assignment. You guys have studied somebody else's father. My goodness. Woo! Otenola's wealth comes from all these things you've listed as a tangible. But I still started with saying I'm not a tangible preacher. Otenola's wealth, someone said generational wealth. Otenola's wealth comes from his ability to reproduce his wealth, money. That's where his wealth comes from. Now, why? I'm going to show you how all the things you listed just now, stocks, real estate, family, generational wealth, relationship, there was a point in his life when he lost every single thing, -2. This was from him. He shared his story at CNBC Africa. But you see, the human mind is forgetful. We forget a lot we forget someone's healed journey because we forget. But this was not even far. Otedala lost something in front of all of us. And it wasn't so, it was 15 years ago or 10 years ago. It's 2010 when he rebranded as Fort Oil, but that's 2010. This is 2020. That's just 10 years ago now. He was talking to CNBC, and this is an excerpt from what he said. I got a reputable firm to value my assets. I had about 184 flats. For those of you who said real estate, you're right. He had 184 flats. And then he said, but I had to give that up. I was the largest investor in the Nigerian banking sector. So if you said banking, you're right. And he said, I had to give that up. I was also a major shareholder of the Africa Finance Corporation. And then I was also the chairman of Transcorp Hilton. I was a shareholder in the one of the largest shareholders in Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, the second largest shareholder in Chevron Texaco, Visa Phone, and several companies, which the asset managers valued. I had to give up every single thing to repay the debt. He was in debt. Femi Otedola was left with just 2 properties, his office space and a 34% stake in African Petroleum, for those AP, which he then rebranded to Fort Oil in 2010. We are in 2020. So while you see the tangible, you're like, no, this person's money came from this, this person's money came from this, this person's money came from this. There was a time when all those things, he had to give them up to repay a debt. His wealth comes from the ability to reverse engineer, to reproduce wealth. So when you say generational wealth, it came from family, it came from oil, it came from this, he's telling you, except we don't like to listen. We're like, it's a lie, John, you still have a little something somewhere. The person's like, look, even if I had a little something somewhere, I could lose it. I lost it. If this person, you see, because he's like, 34% of AP is still a lot, sha. Well, maybe not. What is a lot is very relative. It's a lot compared to whatever debt you owe. So I want you to suspend your logical mind and your reason for justification, because that's what the human mind does. When something comes into our awareness that doesn't really match with what we already know, we either try to justify it or we try to explain it away. Let me tell you something. It didn't even matter if he lost everything. You still be like, it's a Tedola. We have relationship that we build it up. As if it takes away from the lesson. It doesn't. If you had 184 flats, if you were the major shareholder in the Nigerian, largest investor in the Nigerian banking sector, and you had to give that up, if you were the chairman of Transcorp Hilton at the time, and the second largest holder is Chevron, and you had to give that up, trust me, 34% in AP is small when those things are concerned. But the point is, at every point in time, anything can happen in which, if all you know is how to build one building, then you are poor. So I'm going past your tangibles to say, yes, this person made money in oil, and yes, this person made money in banking, and yes, this person made money in this. But if he did lose it all, his wealth right now came from his ability to use everything he had, plus the ashes, to rebuild. And if you don't know now, if you don't know, which is our major problem, if money makes you scared, if you are scared sometimes when you hear maybe your children's school fees, or you want to buy a house and you can't, and you know, there's the angst that comes from not knowing that you have enough. If you feel that way, then you haven't really learned to produce money. Because if you've learned to produce money and reproduce money, money doesn't scare you. All that you say is, give me time. Give me what? Time. So the next time someone comes to you, instead of being scared about money, just say, give me time. But you can only say, give me time, if you have the confidence that you're able to reproduce. And so we read all those books about, Steve Jobs and how they threw him out of the company and went to another place and rebuilt. I mean, it's like, hey, Steve Jobs, nice Steve Jobs. We're missing the point in the people's stories, in the sense that anyone of significant wealth in this generation is a master at reproducing. anyone of significant wealth in this generation is a master at reproducing that wealth they have. They're not banking on the wealth. Elon Musk is not sitting down counting his pennies the way other people are counting it for them. They're like, Oprah has dropped today from the highest to the second highest. Oprah is not counting her money. You are the one counting it for her. They are more concerned with their ability to reproduce. And guess what? My mother told me this once, because my parents were the first teachers of wealth creation and mindset for me. My mother said something, because I was like, oh, why are you doing all this for us? Why are you telling us to go and sell things? And why are you making us do all this? And then she said something, I can't forget it. She said, think of all the rich men that you know. Think of all the wealthy people, the people of influence in this country that you know. Do you really hear about their children? Because I was telling her, that, you know, we have money in our family, Joe. There's no need to be doing all these things. And she said, think of every single rich or influential person, political, blah, blah. Gather the names and really think about their children. There's just a handful whose children have been able to rise to either that status or exceed it. Just a handful. Think of it. Think of it. You can give me names. The 80% of influential and rich people, their children grow up in a wealth scenario that takes away one key ingredient that they need to produce wealth, which is pressure. Pressure makes you produce. Pressure makes you produce from who you are. Take away pressure, then you are never in a position to produce. So at the time, what my mother was teaching me was, even if you are wealthy, create pressure scenarios for yourself so that you can learn how to produce from who you are. Now, if I hand over wealth, if Otedola hands over wealth to his children like you all think they have, and they do have, the fact is, the same way he lost it is the same way they can lose it. So that's not the true wealth. The true wealth is in the ability to reproduce it. And I'm not talking of stolen loot that goes on forever. I'm talking of real tangible money, reproduction of money. I'm staying here because if you can understand this, you can understand every other thing I'm saying. To reverse engineer is to reproduce another manufacturer's product following detailed examination of its construction and composition. If you know how to reverse engineer the production of money, being broke never scares you, never. There is a place that you can get to in your mindset where the absence of money doesn't faze you. The absence of money just means we need to produce. That's all. When water finishes in your house, do you start crying? Water is gone. There is no water. No, you're just like, okay, let's go and buy water. Let's go and get water. Let's go and, wherever you get it from, you get it. Why do we think money is different? We're like, money has finished. Money has finished. There's no money. If you hear yourself say again, there's some things that if you hear yourself say again, just imagine me behind you, giving you a slap on your ogo, just be like, come, stop that. If you hear yourself say there's no money, know that you just said, I lack the ability to reproduce money. I lack the ability to reproduce it. If you're scared of being broke, what you're actually saying is not the brokenness that's scaring you. Let's peel that curtain. It's that you don't trust your ability to reproduce money. That's it. That's what it is. You don't trust your capacity to produce it. You don't trust your ability to reproduce it. That's why being broke scares you, because what you have is what you have. This is all I have. I can never say this is all I have, because all I have is not all I have. What I have in my hand is the tangible evidence of what I have produced from my intangible. I'll say that again. What I have in my hand is the tangible evidence of what I have produced from my intangible. If I want more, I produce more from my intangible. I place a demand on myself to produce more. That's what I mean by pressure. Pressure makes you place a demand on yourself to produce. Therefore, for all of you are like, I wish I grew up in a rich household. Let me stop you right there. Stop it. I grew up in a rich household. I was born into wealth. My father was a multi-millionaire by the time I came into this world. And one of the things I had to learn was how to create scenarios of lack so that I could learn how to reproduce money. Now my parents are dead. And I was just like, if I didn't learn that, there was a time when I was just sitting down, I was in university 200 level, and I just said, if my parents die now, everything comes from my parents. Everything comes from my parents. And some of us, that's how our life was. We're just like, from parents to guardians or whoever paid your school fees at the time, primary school, secondary school, university, then into the job market, then into marriage, then raising children, but never really learning how to produce from who you are. And so one day, my 200 or 300 level, I was like, look, my parents died now, I'm finished, because I don't even know how to pay school fees. I don't know how to create money. So at that time, I said, I'm going to pretend that my parents are dead. And I know it sounds morbid, but I was like, let me pretend my parents are dead and see how much I can actually raise for myself. And I was like, what do I know how to do? What do I know how to do? Okay, I know how to cook. Okay, I'll start cooking food. And for those of you who live in Abuja, because I'm sure there's some people here who live in Abuja, I would cook the food in my kitchen, my mother's kitchen, and then I'll take the food. Then I'll be going on the streets of Abuja and selling the food. So I'll go to AP Plaza, I'll go to Yeshua Plaza. I'll now be like, we say, at that time, I'll be like, and then, of course, I was a law student. My father was in the House of Rep. My mother was a director in the league, civil service, legal advisor. So they're just looking at me like, what's going on here? My father was like, I don't understand. Yes, are you really law to go and sell food on the street? I'm like, not really. Not really. The fact is that if you go, I don't know how to make money. I don't know how to, I'm born into wealth. I've seen money everywhere around me, but I don't know how to create it. And so they were like, okay, keep selling. So I just be like, that's when I understood that presentation matters. So all the things I learned about money were now practically tested. While everybody else was just coming with their plate of food because that's where life has placed them, we are food sellers. I'm just like, presentation matters. By the time I come into your plaza and I open my mouth and speak a phone or two, they want to buy my own food because of my phone, not because of the taste of the food. So imagine someone goes into a plaza and says, well done, sir. Rice day, beans day, gari day, soup day. You go chop lunch. Then there's me who says, hi, good morning, how are you? Hi. I'm here to sell my rice. I have rice, fried rice, jollof rice, tasty, so nice. So first of all, they are wondering how this bright and shiny person, and then all dressed well, nice bow, nice chain. My food has funne and has that around it. Your food has razness around it. They want to taste my food by interest, just by interest. And I was like, So I would do Little Red Riding Hood. I'll tie ribbons on my basket. I'll be seeing the other women with their container, the Aristocrat looking at me. I'll just be like, nah, you don't know branding, nothing. I know branding. You don't know nothing here. I know my food was the shizzle and then I could cook. So I'm just like, yay. I did that over and over again. Learn what people wanted. Just the cycle of just, that was my first foray into placing pressure on myself to produce. My ego was dead because, of course, you're walking on the streets selling rice. So your ego has to die. Your rich person's ego comes down. But anyway, we're on reverse engineering. I just wanted to tell you that so you know that I'm not just pulling facts from the air. These things do matter. Now, everybody, every single one of us has a money DNA, a wealth DNA. Every single one of us has a wealth DNA. If you don't know your wealth DNA, then it's like saying, I don't know my biological DNA. I don't know. When you go to the hospital and you complain of an illness, they'll tell you, they'll ask you, does your family have any history of blah, 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 blah? It's the same thing with wealth. So I don't think it's taught enough, because if you're getting married to somebody, you should know their wealth DNA. Because some of you got married to escape poverty. You didn't know that that person you're married has a wealth DNA of poverty. You don't know. You have jumped into a fry pan. From fry pan to fire. Yeah, all right. So every single one of us has a wealth DNA. Your DNA is your I'm just like, okay, deoxyribonucleic acid, okay, deoxyribonucleic acid, but DNA, please. It's a hereditary self-replicating material present in every living organism. Now, that's your physical DNA. Your wealth DNA is the same. It's your hereditary self-replicating material. It's the carrier of genetic information, and it's often regarded as unchangeable. Now, we're going to say these three characteristics of DNA again so that you actually really start looking at it. You have a wealth DNA. It's a hereditary, self-replicating. In other words, it doesn't matter in this life what Mayowa does. He's going to self-replicate according to his DNA. It doesn't matter what Titi does, doesn't matter what Shola does, except she knows what her wealth DNA is and knows how to either improve that or get away from that. It's self-replicating. You don't have to do anything for some of you to have long hair. You don't have to do anything to have big eyes, or, Davido doesn't have to do anything for his voice to be like that. So you don't have to do anything for the shape of your nails to be, it's self-replicate. It doesn't take permission from you. This is important. Think of it. All this while you are trying to make money, you are trying to live a good life, you're trying to build for your children, there is something inside you that is a self-replicating material. It's a carrier of genetic information, and it's often unchangeable. That's why understanding is important, because you can be fighting a battle and you're facing the wrong enemy. Now, one of the characteristics of your DNA, physical or wealth, tangible or intangible DNA, is that it is persistent in replication. An important property of DNA is that it can replicate or make copies of itself. In other words, it's happening to your children right now and you don't even know. It doesn't take permission from you. It's critical when cells divide, because each new cell has the exact copy of the DNA present in the old cell. Now, guys, stay with me. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Now, I'm going to explain this intangible versus tangible and how this affects you. I just said everyone has a wealth DNA. Wealth, you can interchange wealth. This is not the seminar in which I'm saying there's difference between money and wealth and riches. No, on this particular call, you're allowed to interchange everything. Okay, I'm not going to go into the difference between wealth, money, riches. It's fine. Interchange everything. So when you see your DNA for wealth, you can call it your DNA for money. You can call it your DNA for riches. You can call it that. Okay, I love it. Zainab said, my life feels like deja vu. I feel like I'm living my parents' life. Fantastic. We're going there. Your intangible versus tangible. Now, I said you have a wealth DNA, but the thing about DNA is that you can't decipher it. You don't know what your DNA is made of. You can't see it. DNA is like, you can't see DNA. You can't decipher it randomly. It is stored in your system as code. This is physical. This is tangible. This concerns your physical health. This concerns your money health. Your wealth, money, riches, DNA is stored as code. You don't know what it is made up of. The only way it's stored in an intangible, the only way to actually start figuring out what your DNA looks like is by looking at your tangible. I can tell someone's physical DNA in terms of, say, their body composition. I don't have to say you have a body composition of big bone people. You have a body composition of slim people in your family. No, I just have to look at them to say, oh, this. You have this DNA. Same for wealth. The way to start figuring out what your DNA looks like is in the tangible results, the appearance, the action, the physical product, features of what you see, what you can assimilate with your five senses, what you see, what you can touch. The only way to understand the makeup of your intangible is to look at what your externalized products. How am I producing? Is it money quick to enter? No, money slow to enter. Money quick to go. Are you always like, are you that person that you're like, these my savings, these my savings? Then every time they say, Ma, where do you want to pay from? You're using your ATM. They're like, take it from the savings account. I'm like, but it's not savings if you are using it to pay for everything. So in Nigeria, really, we have a culture where our savings account is just a secondary account that we used to pay for things because that's the savings account. So just like, take it from the savings account. Then you're like, I saved until I didn't save anymore. The only way to understand the makeup of your intangible DNA is to look at the externalized products of your tangible. What do your money results right now tell you about your DNA? And for some of you, you have already worked on your DNA, and that's great. However, just stop, cast your mind back. Right now, for some of you, think of your spouse. What does your spouse spending tell you about their DNA? And this is really important because I'm a coach. I coach and counsel tons of couples, and I'm like, didn't anybody ask you to investigate your money DNA first? It doesn't matter that the person, guys, you see, this is the funny thing. It doesn't matter that the person is rich when you meet them. That's another fallacy. It doesn't matter that you have the externalized product right now. Your DNA is going to catch up with you. If you are poor and you have a wealth DNA, if you lack money, the tangible resource that is money right now, but you have the wealth DNA, the ability to reproduce, you can't stay you can't stay broke for long. Someone said I should please stop shaking her savings account. Rebecca said her well DNA, God help me, it's not looking good at all. It'll look good, don't worry. It'll look good. Once you understand it and how to fix it, it'll look good. The great news about it is, while you couldn't control the DNA, the great news about it is you can fix it. Now, some of you, your husband, your spouse, if you're a guy, maybe your wife, you loved it when you were dating and you were providing everything for her. You're like, I'm your guy. I'm going to take care of you. What you fail to realize is that mommy, slow to enter, money quick to go. That the DNA of that person was to spend it, loud spender. You didn't know, you were busy taking care. Now, you get into a marriage, or you get into a relationship, or you get into a business. This is for any type of relationship, business partnership, whatever. If you are not looking at what your money, wealth, riches, DNA is, and you're just looking to the externalized product, life is gonna treat you to a root shock. Some of you already have root shocks because you wanted to realize and be taken care of. Some of you have spouses or husbands who don't know how to keep. And you're like, I don't understand why my husband doesn't know how to keep. Some of you, when you were dating, you were feeling like the solution provider to the, and I don't know why I'm going there now, but I'm gonna go there. You're feeling like the solution provider, like, honey, don't worry, we're gonna do this together, okay. Some of you even engage yourself, you bought your own engagement ring. You know, some of you are like, no, I will put the money into his wallet, so it will look like the one that provides. Now you're suffering it, and I'm mincing no words whatsoever. You saw this thing, you just didn't realize it was serious enough for you to address it at the time. You saw it. It stared at you, you stared at it. You covered it with love chocolates. You said, love, my love will carry us through this phase. Every time they'll come and they'll just be like, just, honey, I just need, and where the person is a guy, of course, sweet mom, and I just, just raise me like 1 million naira right now is not there, and it will come, and you're like, don't worry, I believe in you. 1 million naira. It happened again. You're just like, but you have not paid me the other ones. Like, no, don't worry, honey, don't worry, it's coming. You gave love chocolate. Someone say, Honor, please off your mic. The mic is open, we're not offing it. Again, 7 months, love chocolate, wedding. We're like, don't worry, honey. And the person is like, honey, I don't want to do this because I feel like I'll be put to shame. You're like, no, not on my turf. We will not be put to shame, honey. As long as I'm here, all the things for our wedding, I will get them. You will get them? Who told you to do that rubbish? You're like, no, it worked for this couple, it worked for that couple, it worked for the couple. It didn't work for you. How's it working right now? Because another way to see a DNA is through spaced repetition over time. So a person is showing you their DNA through spaced repetition over time. You're in business with a partner. The money doesn't stop. The money never stays. The person is showing you what's happening. You're like, don't worry, just going through bad times. The person is showing you their wealth DNA. No, Stella, you can't be asking me for the way forward. Let's diagnose the problem first. Stay with the problem. Embrace it. Yeah. Like, no, let's move forward. No, let's stay with it. Because if you stayed with it at the time, and they use all sorts of guises at the time, they'll say it's fate, believe in the potential, believe in black. That's the funny thing. And again, I'm not discounting every type of help. I'm not discounting it at all. But I'm saying you can tell through spaced repetition over time, the DNA, because it shows what do your results tell you about your intangible, about your DNA. It's not potential. Let me tell you the thing about potential. Potential shows in the present. Potential is not a future tense. what we've been taught about potential is wrong. Potential is in the present. You see potential in the present in a smaller shape than what it could be in the future. Potential always shows in the present. Bullshit for anyone who says potential is in the future. You don't know what this person can become in future. You don't know what, no. Whatever the person can become in future, the person already is now. That's potential. Potential of a chicken is a chick. The potential to become a hen is in the chick or whatever. Why? The chick has a beak. The chick has feathers, but their own feathers are soft and fluffy. While the chicken's feathers are large. So the chick has the potential to become a full-grown chicken. But at this level, at present level, you see all the features of a chicken. So when someone is telling you about the future potential of a person, it better be showing in the present. Potential is not blind. Stop all this Christianese. It's not blind. Potential is that the person needed a raise right now. The person came and said, honey, please, I need this money. I'm going to pay you back in 3 months. And the person pays you back in 3 months. That's potential. The person either pays you back in 3 months or the person says, honey, I haven't gotten the money yet that you gave me, but this is my first deposit. This is the second one. This is the third one. I'm not going to take it for granted. I needed this money for a break in my whatever career. And I tell guys, because I'm like, I do the blueprint of how for men separately than I do for women. And I sit down with men and I talk to them and they're like, everything we are, we already were. There's no difference. It's just that she didn't believe us when we were telling her. Or whoever you are, if you are an integrous person, that is what shows us the potential. You don't start owing from when you are dating and all of a sudden you become an integrous person inside your marriage. Spender is what you are going for. Yeah. The potential of a chicken is a chick. Features formed just at a smaller scale. Features formed, but at a smaller scale. That's potential. Potential is the lesser scale to a larger output. That's potential. So when someone goes and observes someone's company and says, this company has potential, what the person is saying is that I have seen at a smaller scale what can become something at a larger scale, but I've seen the features. Potential is never supposed to be blind. Never. Just want to address that because money and religion have merged. So there's no way I can talk about money, riches, wealth without talking about religion, without talking about some of the beliefs that has held us and got us into trouble. Okay, so now we move. Now that I've told you about your DNA, I will now tell you how your wealth DNA is formed. This circle represents your mind. This represents your mind. Notice how the mind is large and the body is small. That's intentional because remember I said about wealth and about life. It's not the tangible that matters as much as the intangible. So yes, someone actually wrote, when I was saying, where does a toddler's riches come from? And the person said his mind. And that's really what it is, because your ability to reproduce comes from there. You know, whatever you want to call it, mind, heart, spirit, whatever, we're going into it right now. Now, we're going to split your mind into two. Your mind has two parts. You have the conscious mind and you have the subconscious mind, okay? Conscious mind, subconscious mind. Now, please, this is now where we're entering, you know, all those, if you've ever gone to all these amusement parks, especially those ones abroad that have like scary rides, you know, at first when you enter the scary ride and they are going up, it goes like chug, 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 you're going up, you're relaxing, you're feeling cute. Then it gets to one height, then it starts the drama. We're about to start the drama. So, up until now, we've been relaxing. I said before, you have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. Now, this is how your wealth DNA is formed. When you are born, up until the age of about 6, from birth up until the age of about 6, your conscious mind is not formed. From birth up until the age of 6, for those of you who have children, I've planned for my children. From birth to 6, they're gonna see me. They're gonna learn language, learn piano, they're gonna learn. Why? You can set up a child forever from 1 to 6. You can set the person up. And that's why I'm a person of faith, so I often refer sometimes to the Bible. But when I teach, and you hear me say the Bible, for those of you who are Muslims or from other faiths here, I often refer to the Bible the way I would refer to any other text, maybe like Think and Grow Rich or something. So stay with me, even when you hear me say the Bible, even if you're not Christian, because I'm going to refer to some things there, but just as a teaching lesson. That's why you hear people of faith say, train up a child in the way it should go, and when it's old, they will not depart from it. This is not a discipline thing. It's not a discipline statement. It's not train up a child, then he will now have it. He will not depart. No. Scientifically, every adult is programmed from the age of 1 to 6. That's why you can train up a child. That's the part of training up a child. Because from the ages of 1 to 6, there is no conscious mind. Now, why is this important? The conscious mind is the part, this top half, is the part that is responsible for accepting or rejecting an idea. It's the part that says core ideas. It's the part that says that doesn't make sense. It's the part of you that when I was talking to Othello Live, you remember someone said, but 34% of AP is still a big. That's your conscious mind. It's the part that if an idea is like, yeah, this is great, but your conscious mind, what your conscious mind does is it takes information, gauges it with what it has in your brain, then decides whether to accept or reject the idea. That's your conscious mind. But like I said, between the ages of 1 to 6, the conscious mind is not in existence. The subconscious mind, on the other hand, doesn't know how to reject an idea. The subconscious mind doesn't reject stuff. The subconscious mind only must accept. So in other words, the conscious mind is like a gatekeeper, because if it ever gets into your subconscious, you are done for. It's like a brain. For instance, your skull is the gatekeeper to your brain, because that's the reason you were configured with a skull. Because and that's why your skull is one of the hardest parts of your body. Because if any dangerous instrument gets to your brain is fantastic, it is powerful, it is world class. Your brain doesn't have the defense mechanisms to defend itself from dangerous objects. So the skull is there. Now imagine that your skull is your conscious, and your brain is your subconscious. Your subconscious is mushy, it's open, it's accepting of everything. Guys, your subconscious is accepting of everything. Even right now, as an adult, your subconscious is accepting of everything. It's your conscious mind that stands at the gatekeeper and says, stand, he's like, stand back, subconscious. You know I'm your protector. You know you're soft. You know people just, you know you love everybody. You love to hug everybody. You love to accept every idea. No. Stand back. Yes, who are you? And you say your name is Mfon Ekpo. They even read us your profile. Okay, we will listen to you. We don't really know whether we need you, but subconscious stand back. Your subconscious is already like, hey. It's like, don't say anything. Wait until I tell you you can accept what she's saying, then you accept it. If not, shh, fem. Subconscious is like, that's how we have been rolling. Now, this is one of the most important parts. It doesn't matter if the thing is real or imagined. It doesn't matter if it is real or imagined. We're going to do a short exercise now. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Don't worry. Some of you are like, no, my eyes are open. Close your eyes. Now, imagine that you are in your kitchen and you took a knife and you sliced, you cut into 2 or into 4. Yeah, you cut wedges. You cut a lemon or lime. Cut it into 4 parts. Just actively imagine that, guys. Actively imagine that you just cut a lemon into 4. Now, take that lemon, put it in your mouth now, and suck on it. How many people's tongues watered or went salty? How many people had any reaction to that? Fantastic. I can see Maya one nodding.
Yep.
Great. Bola said her. Oluchi said her. Yemisi said her. Grace said fantastic. Urola said wow. Toyin said I shuddered. Fantastic. Zainab said I screamed. Do you not realize that it is not real? You know it is not real. Your conscious mind knows it is not real. Still, your subconscious is the one that gave you that reaction. Because your subconscious knows what tasting lime feels like. Your subconscious is like, no, I don't want lime. Oh my God. And your conscious is like, it's not real. But your subconscious doesn't know, real or imagined. Your subconscious doesn't care that an idea is real or imagined. You will feel that sour taste, except you didn't do the exercise well. You do it again, you will feel that sour taste. You will literally feel it. That's the power of your conscious and your subconscious mind. It's literally the engine you're working with that you don't even realize that something can be imagined and your body still reacts the way it reacts. Now, I will tell you how and why this can help you. It doesn't have to be real for your body to produce what it needs to produce for that scenario. Because what your body produced is what your body would produce if it was real. Now, this is why they tell you to do confessions. The only problem is that they don't tell you why. They don't reverse engineer it. They don't tell you the understanding of it. You're unconscious. If they say, see yourself walking into that house, see yourself walking into that, they're just like, confess it. Confession to possession to realization. No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that you want your subconscious to hold on to an idea, and once your subconscious holds on to that idea, it doesn't care that it's real or imagined. It will produce in you the things you need to get that thing. That's how your subconscious works. That's how powerful it is. Now, remember I said, at this age, between the ages of 1 to 6, the conscious is not fully formed. And so anything done, said, seen enters into the subconscious. And the subconscious is where your DNA is formed. This is both helpful and dangerous at the same time. Because like I said, the subconscious must accept at that age, because there's no conscious gate man, the subconscious must accept it. Why is this important? I want to tell you about your brain waves by age, how it's formed. From birth to 24 months, and this is fantastic for those of you who have children. And even when you have older children, I'll still tell you what to do with them. Even if you say, oh, but Mfon, I've passed this period that you're talking about, all is not lost. From birth to 24 months, so birth to 2 years, a baby is in a state called delta. That's how the brain waves are. They're in delta state. For a human being to understand, for an adult to understand what delta state means, it's, for an adult, it feels like a state of deep sleep. So from the ages of birth to 2 years old, your baby is literally in deep sleep. That's how the adult mind can understand that. That's why they can be eating and sleeping. They'll be like, have you seen all those Instagram memes? Or they're drinking milk and they're sleeping, or they're laughing and they're sleeping. Like literally between that age is like they're in a state of deep sleep. They just come up for air, play, enter back, they're in that state. Now, from the ages of 2 to 6, this is called the theta stage. It's how an adult can understand this. It's called twilight reverie. So if you've ever been asleep, for those of you who are light sleepers and sometimes deep sleepers, you can be asleep and maybe someone is vacuuming outside your room. The person is outside your room, but you are hearing it in your sleep. You're experiencing the vacuum in your sleep. It's almost like you are in between two worlds, right? How many people have had that experience where you're asleep, maybe the TV is on and something's happening in TV, but it's also happening inside you because you're in between two worlds. Exactly. So that's what is called twilight reverie. That's why a child at that age can be fighting dragons. Charge. You're like, what are you fighting? What are you saying? They're like, no, for this dragon here, I will destroy you. They are in between two worlds. Now, at this stage, it's almost the most productive state because there is nothing that seems impossible. If you can switch from imaginary to real, it's at this stage children want to go to Santa Claus. If you took them 0 to 2, they will just be crying because it's scary. But now they believe in Father Christmas. Anything you tell them that Tooth Fairy exists. Look, at this stage, children are the most trusting of you. If you tell a child, now I'm going to buy you an aeroplane, the child has no objection. The child is just like, and you hear, this is where you hear children boasting. Like the boasting at this age, and an adult will be like, where do you learn how to boast? You see them, maybe they're in the playground. They're like, my daddy said this Christmas we are going to go to 7 countries, and then as we go there, Father Christmas is going to escort us everywhere in the 7 countries. Because Father Christmas is our neighbor. Everybody's like, it's for the Christmas. They'll be like, no, for the Christmas. Even at this age, you as a parent, you'll be like, stop those lyings. Stop lying. Automatically, children have the fantastic ability to start lying at this age. You're like, where did you learn how to lie? Where did you learn how to lie? You are just wasting your time. Because at this age, like I said, they're in between two worlds. They're in between two worlds, the real and the imagined. And that's why God is like, look, if you really want to get stuff from me, go back to this age. Go back to this age when you can believe anything, that nothing is impossible. That if I say, so you ask your child, so what do you want to build? You're like, so mommy, we're going to build a factory where the children are going to stand, and then when they press a button, Ribena will just fall from the sky and we'll just open our mouth and Ribena will enter our mouth. You're like, how? How shall these things be? They're like, no, leave them. That's called the theta stage, twilight reverie. Now, from 6 to 12 years is now, it's the consciousness is forming. That's when literally the consciousness starts forming. The conscious mind, the gatekeeper, starts waking up. The gatekeeper is now like, who has been ruling these airwaves? Nobody. What's going on here? And that's when they start saying no. They no you hear as a baby, no. It's because when a baby says no, you all laugh and clap. I say, it's so cute. So the baby just repeats it because apparently it gives their parents joy when they say no. But at this age, 6 to 12 is when the no will start paining you because they're saying it with full authority. They're starting to have relaxed, it's awake, but it's relaxed consciousness, right? From 12 years to adulthood is when we enter the stage that we call beta stage. This is your conscious mind is fully awake. You can now accept, reject ideas. This is when people start saying at 12, that's why teenagers start being difficult. It's not difficult if you know the stages of, that's when you be like, no, You used to go to church, now you don't want to go to church again. You used to be a good boy. That's when parents are saying things like, you used to be a good boy. No, it's not that they used to be a good boy. It's that there was no rejection of your idea, so you said it was good. Now they've gotten to an age to reject, to start challenging, and now like, you have changed. You started hanging around with bad children. I want my obedient child back. No, what you want is your docile child who didn't know nothing. This is where wahala starts, because now they start accepting, rejecting. You have to give them the reason why, the rationale. They need to understand it. You can't be telling them a kiss is nothing. They're like, Daddy, you can lie. What's the meaning of a kiss is nothing? A kiss is everything. This is the stage. It's not that they've changed. It's that their consciousness is now fully awake. They can now accept an idea. They can reject it. They can dismiss you, really. Why is this necessary? Because there is a stage in your life in which you were just bombarded with stuff. And your subconscious stays with you for all your life. Remember I said your subconscious is where your DNA is formed. It stays with you all your life. Between the ages of 0 to 6, that's where you have external and internal influences. External being your environment, internal being your conditioning, right? So I put heroes here. Whoever was around you at the time, if your parents were the ones raising you, or if you had guardians, or you grew up with, that's why at this point they tell you, be careful who surrounds your children. Be careful of all those aunties and uncles. Be careful of all the house girls. And it is really important. It's not to put fear in you. It's just to explain why. Whatever gets in here begins to form the DNA. This is where people get addicted to pornography and stuff like that, ages 1 to 7, because maybe there's an adult and they don't know the effect. They're just like, they see an adult and the adult is watching forbidden things, and they're like, Uncle used to hide one video here. Let's go and watch it. Then they'll call their friends, Odibo, get in here. Then they'll go and be watching. If children understood the harmful effect on this, if they knew the harmful effect, but they don't know, because it's just like, let's go, let's do this thing. If someone starts teaching them how to steal at this age, then it's entering their subconscious, really. So at that point, you very invested in their learning, very intentional, because whoever is the hero, whoever is liked. So say your father liked, say he liked, for instance, and this is where even tribalism starts in the country. That's why, look, children soldiers are picked between those ages. That's when, indoctrination doesn't start at 8. It's too late. And those who know actually use this tool. We are just the ones loafing around not knowing. Those who know use this tool. This is where child soldiers are made. This is where people who bomb themselves. Have you ever wondered why someone will bomb themselves? Because it's not what they bomb themselves at 35. It's the 1 to 6 that they worked on them that made them bomb themselves at 35. They're already set. At that point, they believe anything, really. So it's at this point you're formed. So if your father likes a certain tribe and doesn't like a certain tribe and talks about it a lot, this tribe, they are thieves, they do this, they do this. It doesn't matter that you agree. Remember, the subconscious cannot accept or reject an idea. It's just there. It just goes in. It just goes in. And the funny thing is, you don't even have to, it just needs to be around your vicinity. It just goes in. That's why environment is such a key player. It just goes in. It just goes in. So heroes, whoever is liked in that part, it just goes in. So your mother likes lawyers. You find yourself wanting to now do law. They really love medical people. You find yourself wanting to be that, do that. Villains at this stage, whoever is around you, whoever the community around you hates, it enters your subconscious. You begin to hate those people as well. You don't even know you hate them. That's the funny thing, is that you don't know any of this is happening to you. The people they laugh at, who is the people laughed at? If you're raised with someone who helps people, then automatically you have charitable DNA in you. If you're raised with people who disdain people who are poor or something, you have that DNA in you. So don't even take permission from you. The books, the kind of books you read, the kind of books you like, the kind of music around you, TV shows around you. Some of us watched Voltron at that age, and to the point where that's why most Nigerians, if you go abroad, they think that you studied abroad. They cannot believe that you speak the kind of English you speak. And this is the reason why, if you've gone abroad, they're like, wow. You hear some, Westerners say stuff like, wow, you're really well spoken. Why? Their mindset of where you're coming from, which is Africa and monkeys on the tree, is different from what you're saying. I only went abroad in my 20s, and they're like, wow, you must have come abroad. You must have schooled in. I'm like, no, I schooled in Nigeria. Why? We were taught by Ghanaian teachers. If you had a Ghanaian teacher, you already knew how to speak great English. And at that time, Ghanaian teachers were influxing the Nigerian. They were like the teachers. For those of you, how many people had Ghanaian teachers? They were the ones who would take care of the children's speech, enunciation. Someone said, is it possible to hate something when growing up and still attract that thing into your adult life? I'm coming to that, Tim Toko Daramola. And if I forget, please remind me, because that's very important. So the way we speak, we don't speak because someone sat down and said, say reverse engineer this way, reverse engineer like Donald Trump. No, we were watching Thunder Sub, Voltron, the Jetsons, blah, blah, blah. So in Nigeria, even if we were colonized by the British, we speak American English because our TV shows were American. Like literally, we are indoctrinated by American, we didn't know it, because of TV. And so the British were just there. Maybe the only British thing I even watched was, can't remember, was it Frank Spencer or some boring British shows. But other than that, the people who supplied us with their shows, with their music, with their culture, Super Ted, exactly, Super Ted, and all these things were American. We even knew how to say it. And Mother Nature picked him and gave him a name. That's Super Ted. I can say it to you, for those of you who watch Voltron, activate inner locks, dynatherms connected, impulse cells up, mega thrusters a go. Let's go, Voltron fast. Like the things in your subconscious. I want you to see how they are still there. They never leave. And now we come together where I will form the arms. And then you'll be like, yeah, they're forming. That's if NTA doesn't off it before they finish forming the voter, because NTA can just off you at a particular time. And then you're like, they're forming. Then one will be like, oh, I'm trying to go to form. And then when you're like, I'm not away from the blazing sun, oh, Voltron. All is in your subconscious. How many people watch Popeye the Sailor Man? Popeye with the spinach. Popeye the Sailor Man, fantastic. Let me tell you what Popeye was. For those of you who didn't watch Popeye the Sailor Man, Popeye the Sailor Man was a cartoon type character. Popeye used to eat spinach to grow muscles. You just be like, when he's in trouble, he's a lean, skinny person, but when he's in trouble, all he needs to do is eat some spinach and his muscles will grow. It was never about children. That was a propaganda to get more people to eat spinach at the time. So all they needed to do was get it in front of people in TV shows. Before you know it, children started asking their parents for spinach. Spinach is not sweet. Why will Popeye the Sailor Man be eating spinach and growing large muscles? It was to make children eat vegetables. Full stop. So at that time, again, psychologists knew, put it in front of them, repeat it to them over and over again. You'll get into their subconscious. All right. Thank you. Conditioning. So TV shows, passions. If someone likes someone or someone likes something, someone is not asking, and I said this casually to someone when they were like, oh, there's a pandemic of bleaching that has taken over Africa. And I'm sure you've seen it on some BBC things, like, oh, people are bleaching their skin, And there was a time when Yoruba women just wanted to be fair. The Igbo women were already like, Omani chanwa, chawamwam. Like when somebody is really fair, all the beauty names they would give. So it wasn't even only one tribe. It was many tribes that thought light skin was correlated with greater sense of beauty. So you would hear them say things like that. And then someone was like, oh, there's a pandemic that has hit Africa of bleaching skin. I'm like, no, it's not a pandemic, it's a conditioning. It didn't just happen now. It happened when we were growing up. Can you remember some of the songs we sang? Omo pupa oh, omo pupa let me fair. But I'm actually showing you the effect of harmless things that you said and did. There was a time, it's harmless, but it's conditioning. It's harmless. Why would an entire generation want to bleach now? It's harmless. It's harmless so much so that I'm not Yoruba. Yes, I remember every single somebody London. Let me fair. Like literally, we sang our way into our future. It's the reason anything you wanted to propagate, put it into passions, TV shows, music. There was a time when we say Nigerians are the most educated generation or country in this world. You can find them anywhere. I'm like, I say I know. I know why. Remember we were singing Timbaka Wemi Batareadu Konka. Think of every single thing that you said to yourself as a child. And know that it is still somewhere there feeding your information. That's why people who don't go to school is now that they're having a breakthrough, because at the time you didn't go to school, you were not, known to want to amount to anything great. Not someone is saying Christians are not nice, they are mean. Christians are Christians. Have you ever heard this? Someone says Christians. So Christians are wicked. I'm like, yes, Christians are wicked. Do you not know how you were taught in primary school? Do you remember the song? It's like, oh, what song? I'm like, Goosey, goosey, gander, where shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs and in my lady's chambers. When I saw an old man who couldn't say his prayers. Did I help him to pray? Did I say what the Bible said to do? What did I do? I took him by the left leg and what? Threw him down the stairs. How do you teach children that? But you see how we didn't see it? Almost everything in our system. We're now saying men don't cry, people don't ask for help. We're now teaching adults how to be vulnerable. No, we can't be vulnerable because you taught us Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Not all the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back again. You taught us that when you fall and you break, nobody can put you back together again. But do you not even see that you don't even know that it forms part of your condition? It's just there. You can recite it after me. Which song did you sing in primary school that was great? It's almost everything. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his back and Jill came tumbling after. Why? Why? What's strong in them? Why are they teaching me all these things? So oh, Roger is dead and gone to his grave. Gone to his grave. They planted that apple tree over his head. You think as a Nigerian you pass through graveyards and you are feeling cute? No, because you sang Oh Roger. Oh Roger is gonna jump up out of the grave. That's why you know how people. So my mother passed abroad, and in trying to see whether to bury her there, bury her in Nigeria, I went to this to the cemetery type thing. And I was like, wow, green gardens, you can sit down there, it's like a park, you can eat picnic. There's some people even sitting down there eating picnic. I'm like, me, a mere Nigerian, sitting at the graveside, eating a picnic. How? You didn't hear of old Roger who stood up and gave somebody a knock because the person wants to pluck an apple? No. Ain't nobody sitting. Plus, again, you now watch Willy Willy and you now watch Aya Matanga. Where are you going to be sitting? Where? No. Then you now enter secondary school, they now talk about Lady Koi Koi and all the other pieces. Then they now say, no, put up the lights at night. No, we're putting this light on. No light off. No, we don't do lights out. Bush baby and bomo. Anyway, so desires, passions, and I'm showing you the humorous side of it so that you even think to the more serious sides of it. Thoughts. If someone around you thought a certain way, and this is the funny thing, even if you hated it. Remember I said the subconscious cannot accept or reject an idea. So to that person who said something about, if you can hate something, I'm sure you've seen people who say, I will never be like my father, I will never be like my father, I will never be like my father, and end up exactly like their father. Why? Even if you hate something, you want to reject it. If it's already programmed in you, you're programmed. So people who say, I don't want, they are literally wanting to use their willpower to fight the thing they hated. But you see, the subconscious, remember what we said about imagined or real? It's not because you like the thing. That's why it was in the subconscious. No, it was because it was in the environment. That's why it's in your subconscious. So that's why people who are in toxic marriages and say they're staying for their children, I'm like, you don't really understand human behavior, else you wouldn't stay for your children. In a toxic relationship, you're like, no, don't worry, I'll teach the children. I'm like, it's not about what you teach. It's about the fact that your environment is entering right now into your children. Right now. Right now. And they'll grow up and they'll hate the very thing that you are. They'll hate it, but they'll produce it because it's in their subconscious. I hope as I'm saying this, you are looking internally at your life. I know I'm talking about money here, but again, you can relate it to every single aspect of your life. You don't know why you hate beans, but your father hated beans. Of course you hate beans. The person in your environment hated beans. You don't know why you tie your shoe a certain way, but you do. Of course you do. The person who was around you did. If you I grew up in Festac. There are some things that can never leave me because I grew up in Festac in Lagos. It's the reason I understand Yoruba just because I grew up in Festac, full stop. I didn't need to learn Yoruba, but just by growing up there. I know the culture, I know the people. In fact, some people looking at me don't even believe I'm from Akwa Ibom. They're like, she's our people. There's a time when the thing I had to learn in Yoruba was me boy Yoruba, because really, most people just came to me just be like, hey, auntie. I'm just like, I don't know Yoruba. And when I say me boy Yoruba, they be like, see now you're speaking it. I'm like, I had to learn it because I had to remove myself from that. I don't understand what you're saying. So the attitudes in that place, the beliefs of that tribe, the beliefs, whatever they believe is what you believe. If you grew up in a polygamous home, people who grew up in a polygamous home, have you ever heard people argue that there's no faithful man in life? There cannot be any faithful man. There cannot be any faithful marriage. There cannot be. You're arguing with them because your cell of recognition is different from theirs. You don't know that your subconscious is completely different. And so that's why I said you need to study the DNA of people that you couple with or go into anything with, because they can be completely different from you. And you're like, how can you believe this? No, some people are faithful. They're like, you check here, you will find something. They do not, it's not that they're arguing with you. They don't believe it. They don't believe it exists. They don't believe faithfulness exists. Now, if you who believes in faithfulness, something happened to you, you now go to that kind of person for advice, what do you think the person is going to say? Let me tell you something. Some of the advice some of you have received about your marriages, and again, when I talk about one thing, but I hit 10 things. So I know I'm talking about money, but I'm going there. Some of the advice you have received about your marriages, about staying there, about tolerating, about persisting, you got it from a damaged person. You got it from someone whose subconscious has a different thing than you. At the time, there was a time when abuse was rampant in Nigeria, like spousal abuse, and parents were telling their children at that time to just, it's okay, honorable, off your mind, it's okay. Don't worry, what do you do to him? Men, you have to calm down. Mom, you have to be calming down. When a man is shouting, don't shout with him. The wife is the one that builds the home. You cannot be arguing. When you see that he's getting high, you get low, you calm down. We forget that our parents grew up under different circumstances. Different, money different. submission and obedience different. Most of them did not marry as friends. If you check our generation, most of our parents were not friends. It's just, I've come to pluck a beautiful flower in your garden. So of course there was submission. Each person's role was directly marked out. Provider, subservier, take care of the home. I go out. It was clearly marked. You now say, when you're writing your list, they say write the list of the woman you want. You're like, I want my best friend. I want someone I can talk to. I want someone. But you're writing all these nice and fantastic things in your list. Someone I can grow old with, blah, 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 blah. But you're expecting your parents' reality. You're expecting your parents' reality of subservience, of quietness, of humility, and of peace. Meanwhile, you are like, I want to marry my equal. You better adjust it. Adjust it. Thanks. Yeah. Because you're putting two worlds together. That's why in our generation, the marriages are failing. It's that we're called the transition generation. We're transitioning from an old order to a new order, but we're trying to merge two systems. We're suffering for it. All right, let's move on. Then opinions. Some people have such strong opinions about some certain things. They're trying to change them. You can't change it. It's from their conditioning. And positions and prejudices, what they like, what they hate. It's why racial tensions, it's going to, let me tell you something, we can fight these racial tensions for forever, but it will take a generational shift to fight racial things, because some people are racist and don't know that they are racist because their parents were racist. So even when they are not trying to be racist, they are, because of this thing I'm teaching you, subconscious positions, prejudices. If you grew up in a household where from 1 to 8, all you saw as a Black person was the help, the gardener, the blah, that's what you're seeing. That's why you can't imagine why they're coming to take the most expensive jobs from you, because in your head, in your subconscious, they're at a particular level. They should remain there. And the funny thing is, most of them don't know it. That's why most white people be like, no, but I'm not racist. They're like, oh. They honestly don't know. I hope you're seeing how deep this DNA thing goes, in the sense and why it can trip you up. All this coming from the environment you were raised in, all this, your environment, your conditioned ideas, the environment fills you with stuff, your subconscious with stuff. Your conditioned ideas after a while becomes fixed. That's what we call enculturation. All these things I've mentioned, heroes, villains, fools, the books you read, the position, the prejudice, the beliefs about money. Actually, if you grew up in a poor household where they were always telling you, money doesn't grow on, thank you. I mean, me and my wife, we grew up, my wife like, yeah, money doesn't grow on trees. So Amarachi, that means you grew up where my wife grew up, because Ayamiku, so where did it come from? Where did that answer come from? Do you know? Do you even know when you learned it? Do you know? You have no idea where you learned it from. But you see, when you are asked for the answer, you will give it. I just said money doesn't grow on. What happens is your subconscious brought up a file and said, I know the answer. You've been programmed with that sentence already. I have the card. That's why when you're angry sometimes, you find yourself doing stuff that you never knew that you would do. And sometimes you'll be like, I didn't know I could do that. Your subconscious is like, I have the card. So someone who grew up in an abusive home, put that person under pressure. That thing is going to come out. It's going to come out. Not because the person is that, but because it's a programming. The subconscious is going to be like, pressure. I have the card. Give her a slap, a blow. And you can hate it. You can hate it. Most abusive people hate themselves. The ones who really want to change hate themselves. First, what they feel for themselves is not love. It's hate, because the very thing they hate is the very thing they're doing. So when you start saying things like there's no money, there's no money, there's no money, there's no money, and you have children around, you're programming them. Remember, talked about opinions, positions, prejudices. You're programming them for there's no money, there's no money. And I can point out your own programming to someone who told you there's no money, there's no money, there's no money. Why? Enculturation. Money doesn't grow on trees. Who do you think you are? If you grew up somewhere where they were always asking you, who do you think you are? No matter how great you want to reach for something, something will always ask you, who do you think you are? That's why we don't trust the power of our ideas. Because, and I'll come to the second way. So this is one way things enter our subconscious. The second way things enter our subconscious is repetition. Spaced repetition over time. Repetition, repetition, repetition. If you're repeating something to someone, it's going to enter the subconscious. That's another way to get into your subconscious, good or bad, repetition. Here's something enough, even if you don't agree with it. That's the thing. Repetition doesn't need agreement to enter the subconscious. And that's why they say you are the sum total of the 3 people you hang around with. Why? You're sitting down there. You're like, no, he doesn't drink. He's just with his friends. His friends are, he has some bad friends, like guy friend. They're all talking about their escapade. You're faithful to your wife. You have no escapade, but you're hanging around there. I promise you that under pressure, you're going to crack. Because you don't even know. It's like Samson and Delilah. When something stays in your conscious long enough, remember I said the conscious is the gatekeeper. So the thing doesn't have to enter the inner courtyard. If it stays in the outer courtyard long enough, by osmosis, it enters the inner courtyard. You don't even know when it enters. So you are saying, I'm just sitting down there with my friends. They're not like, they're good boys, but I like hanging around them. I like hearing what's going on in life. I like you are playing with fire, because that's the subconscious doesn't have to agree. It just needs to entertain that idea long enough for it to accept it. If it entertains the idea, it accepts it. So for those of you, again, guys, I know as I'm teaching you, you're looking at the bad things, but look at the good things as well. When you hear money, and the amount is big. When they say, oh, that house you want to buy is 120 million, you're like, yeah. This is how you write yourself out. You're like, I beg. You let people that they build the house for come and take it, I beg. And we say things that we're going to cut our coats according to our what? Cut your coats according to your... Write it, cut it according to your, first of all, it was size, then we change it to cloth, then we change it to material, then we shall fabric, change it. But we all know that answer. Why? Because at some time we've met something that is higher than us, and someone very well-intentioned person that loves us came to us and just said, cut your coat according to your size. And then we sing songs like, wait for your time, turn by turn, not so life be, wait for your time, wait till, you will wait in poverty for long. You will wait in poverty. And so they'll be like, don't worry, life is turn by turn. Even the song, you're being conditioned by stuff. So now that you know this, let me tell you something. Whatever enters your subconscious is going to produce. Your subconscious produces the tangible. Your subconscious is the intangible place that produces the tangible. So if you want someone to do something, your job is to get it into their subconscious so they can do it. Your job with wealth and your subconscious is to get it into your subconscious. When it's in your subconscious, it has no choice. Your subconscious is fertile soil. It will produce it. So when they tell you that house is 120 million, let me tell you what to do. You sit down with your book. You put 120 million. Do not reject the idea because it doesn't fit your current scenario. It's not supposed to fit. Nothing fits your current scenario in life. As a child, the ideas didn't fit your current scenario. Sit with 120 million. You divide 120 million in 10 places. That's 12 million every month. Divide it again by 24. Play with the number. Play with the number. Think about it daily. Think on. Keep thinking. Keep massaging it. Why? It's in your conscious. Your subconscious rejects 120 million. Your conscious rejects it. It doesn't know how to get it. It doesn't know how to have it. That's not your business. Tell your conscious, Ogbeni, take a seat. Excuse? Take a seat. And your conscious is stubborn. To be saying, who do you think you are? Where are you going to get the money from? How are we going to do it? Your conscious is a stubborn tramp. It's going to destroy you with questions. When it's talking, say, conscious, take a seat, shut up, keep quiet. Now let's stay with this idea. An idea comes to you, sit with it. Don't reject it. Sit with it. Sit with it the first day. You don't know how. It's even making your heart beat. Stay with it the second day. Stay with it the third day. What you are doing is how ideas are put and how things are put into your subconscious. 400,000 per day. Thank you, Omotola. 12 million per month is 400,000 per day. 16,000 per hour. Omotola is doing the math. Exactly. Do that. Massage. What you are doing is you're massaging into your conscious. You're like, I know it's hard for you to see, but let me give you piecemeal. Let me show you how. You're massaging it. You're massaging it. You're massaging it. Your brain, your conscious is like skin. It starts absorbing. At first, it rejects. If you think of your skin, sometimes when you pour water on your skin or oil, it repels it first, but start rubbing it in. And before you know it, your skin is one with the oil or the water. Put your hand long enough into water. Your hand now becomes soft because there's now an absorption. It doesn't happen when you just put your hand and remove it. In fact, you can put your hand and remove it and your hand can still be dry. The water will just fall off your hand. Put it long enough. For those of you who have washed for long, you see how, in fact, the skin on your finger starts being like webbed skin, right? If you put your hand in the water, do you see that your skin on your finger becomes webbed? Do you know why? Remember what you did with your tongue and your subconscious when you chewed lime or when you ate lime. That's not just because the water made your something shrink. It's because your body is literally transforming into what you need to survive in water. Webbed hands. It's transforming into what you need to survive in water because it doesn't know that you are just washing. It thinks you are in water and you need to survive. So your body is literally transforming. You're just like, look at my hand. It has even do pom, 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 pom because I've been in water. No, your body has transformed for what it thought you needed. So, like I said, stop saying, I don't want to owe people though. I don't want to owe anybody in this life. So for instance, you want to do something, they give you a payment plan to do it. You're like, I don't want tension. I don't want to owe anybody. Yeah, that's understandable, but that's not really wise if you understood how you worked. Anyway, so let's move now. I said, after a while, all these things become acculturation. And enculturation is when it's the gradual acquisition of the characteristics and norms of a culture or group by a person of another culture. You come into this world fearless, a risk taker, an idea generator, like a money maker. Have you seen children who want to make money? You can't stop them. They'll be like, uncle, can I clean your shoe? I clean your shoe, give me 10 naira per shoe. Then I clean all for you, okay? Eyes so bright, so wide. Then you lose that part of you. Someone takes your money, keeps it, and never gives it back to you. So we begin to believe. We begin to believe that we can be robbed from childhood. Really. We begin to believe in being cheated. And it's harmless, guys. So for instance, how many of you remember the deep disappointment you felt when you asked your parents for the money that they said they've been keeping for you? I don't know if you felt it. I can still remember my deep disappointment. It was deep because I was calculating my money. And then you now ask them, it's either there's one reason, and Zainab said I should not remind her. But let me tell you what happened. That's why Nigerians don't trust insurance companies. Our very first recognition of when we gave our money to someone to keep ended up being in cheating. Is why our first proclivity is to protect ourselves from being cheated. So if you're a parent, please don't make that mistake our parents made. If they knew what they were doing, so they will say something, how the food you are eating, who is giving you? It's better that you're taking their money, you're like, this house key, this money, but don't start from that age to say, and we took it for granted. We're like, we even laugh at it, if your parents gave you your money, but it was one of our very first disappointments. And the third way beliefs are formed, I said the first way is through this conditioning I just described to you. Second way is through spaced repetition over time. Third way is from a sudden emotional impact. That's how beliefs are formed. So that day, when you were disappointed about your money, you got a sudden emotional impact and a belief was formed. A belief was formed about the fact that I need it, I keep it to myself. It's why we're now learning how to trade our money, give our money. We can't trace it, but it's as far, some of you still remember the pain now. You think it just went away, it's just a childish stuff. No, it's not a childish stuff. So don't repeat it, as harmless as it is. We're now the generation that does intentional parenting, intentional, because now we understand this thing. So you were born with all those things. You were trusting. You were with. From then on, after your parents appointed you, you stopped giving them your money. So you stopped being trusting. You suddenly realize the world is not a place to be trusting. Except you now do an intentional thing where your children are confident in the fact that they are building wealth. It's another reason why, as we're still in our generation trying to learn how to build wealth for ourselves, because without knowing, and this is the thing, your parents loved you, but without knowing, they kickstarted a dysfunction. No wealth building, because you thought you were building wealth, and someone pulled the rug from under you, so you didn't restart it. Don't be like, I beg. That's why when they tell you now, don't worry, put 10,000 aside every month for 12 months. You'll be like, how much will it be? 10,000 every month for 12 months. That will just give 120,000. I'll just put it there in 1 month. It's okay. All the things Choma said her children have lost faith in her because she hasn't given it back. It's okay. Up until now, there's no need to look back on the mistake. Right now, you can say, Choma can say, children, gather. I thank you for trusting me for all the money you've given me. And I admit that I haven't been the best keeper of the money. For now, I will put this in each person's account. Each person has an account opened by me, and each person has this deposit by me. Forgive me for the past crimes. Let me now put in this. You can correct. You can course correct. That's why you are here in this program, in this summit, is to course correct. Family meeting loading, fantastic. All right, and that's why I think it was that Bruce Lipton, or I think it's Bruce Lipton, who said we're all tattooed in the creed with the beliefs of our tribe. We're all tattooed. Remember 1 to 6. We're all tattooed in the crib with the beliefs of our tribe. It's just that these things are invisible. Remember I said DNA, intangible. So on your body, in your heart, in your mind, you have tattoos. It's just that it's not visible to the eye. It's not visible to your eye. It's not visible to the eye of those who love you, but when you are 7, you already have a programmed mind, or a programmed mind where it concerns wealth. So what did you hear growing up a lot? Did you hear, we can't afford it? Where do you think the money is going to come from? Who do you think you are? Money doesn't grow on trees. Cut your coat according to your cloth. Try to be content. Even the thing that we did and that you were taught in maybe a moral way, be content with what you have, little be it or much, and let contentment still like you, because that giveth such. Even now, when you want to reach for more, your conditioning says be content. Because the truth about it is your spirit, you're ever expanding. You always want to do, be, have more. And when you want to do that, your conditioning comes in and says, be content with what you have. And so some of you are having a conflict. You are not okay with where you are. You don't like your paid job. You don't like your employment, but your programming says be content. So anytime you start to feel some type of resentment, you will hear things like or you start praying, you'll be like, God, it's not that I'm not grateful. It's not that I'm not grateful. You're explaining your desire for more to God, who put the desire there, because of your conditioning that says be content. No. Let me help you. You are always going to seek fuller expression and expansion. That is your constitution. It's your makeup. It's the makeup of your mind, of your spirit, of your body. Fuller expression and expansion. So this thing called contentment is going to be in seasons. It's not going to be, I'm content for life. That's rubbish. Contentment comes in seasons. I'm content with the snow in winter up until it becomes summer, and then I'm not content with snow, then I want sun. You're always going to be, do, have more, but your conditioning, because it wasn't explained really what contentment was, you were taught contentment is just thank God for where you are now. Don't be greedy. Don't try to reach for more. And that's against how you were made, against the laws of your being. He says, strengthen your sticks, lengthen your cord. Like you will want more. He knows it. It's your makeup. But your conditioning is now in conflict with your constitution. So if you don't understand your constitution, you are going to be in conflict for wealth creation. And that's where most of us are. We are in conflict of wealth creation because we just be like, we've heard things like, God, give me enough that my family will be okay and I'll be able to help others. I don't need too much. Have you heard this kind of prayers? Father, I don't need too much. I just want what you can bless me with. I want enough for myself and enough to take care of others. It sounds humble. It sounds religious. It is ignorant. To the person who says, ask me for what you want to the ends of the earth and I will give it to you. It's ignorant. I'm quite selfish. Thank you. Abimbola, Don't worry, we'll start to correct from now. The thing about it is, like I said, actions and words start telling what your children are programmed with. So now that you understand this, you can capture it. So if Abimbola says her son is scaring her because her son is always looking for the cheaper things, and she heard him tell his sister that daddy and mommy don't have money to buy expensive things. You've now in this teaching been able to identify what is already being programmed in him, so you can correct it. You can correct it. All right. So this thing called free will, now that I've explained all this to you, you now realize that you're like, no, I'm free to make my decisions. I make my decisions. I'm not like, how free is your free will? You're not making your decisions according to, sorry, tell me my battery is, you're not making, let me charge. Wait. You're not making your decisions according to, you think you are the one making your decisions. You think you are thinking. That's the problem. You think you're thinking. You're not thinking. You're making decisions according to your history, your environment. So you're not making decisions according to how you are. You're making decisions according to where you were, how you grew up, how you were conditioned, where your environment is. So you say, I have free will to make my decisions. Really? Nah. How free is your free will when your free will is coming from your programmed mind? The thing that you call your will, your decision-making center is not coming from you, but your programmed mind. How free is it really? Now, this is now when you say, okay, Mfon, I've heard you. I've been scarred so far. I'm ready to make a change. I'm ready to go for all that. I'm ready to get wealth. Ready. I've joined Shola's Smart Stewards, the Smart Investment Club, 666. Aye, 666. Aye. We are going to take over territories. Hallelujah. We are going to shout all you want. The program mind is just looking at you, smiling. Because it's like, all those your mothers, like when you did something wrong as a child, and your mother just looking at you like, you are going to come and meet me here. You know that eye of, after you finish messing up, you're going to come and meet me. That's exactly. And so it's again, I said I grew up in Festac. So if someone is messing up and the mother says, I can't remember how he said in Yoruba, or Mawa Lola or Maria later. When you don't hear, it's a simple sentence. Maria later. You will see me at home. That is enough to make a grown adult. Exactly. You will meet me where you will meet me. That's when you say, I want to break free, I want to build wealth, I want to join the Smart Investment Club, I want to have. Dami said, but can you break the dysfunction? Yes, you can, but I'm telling you what happens when you want to break the dysfunction. So stay with me, Dami, just stay with me. You're like, yes, I want to break the dysfunction, I want to. What happens usually is this thought. If you can see this thought in pink, right? Let me take my remote control so that I can be spotlighting. Okay, so see this thought here, the one in pink, is what happens when you make a decision for growth or for change or for better or for wealth. You're tired of being poor. You make a decision. You're like, great, I want to break out of this. What happens when you say, I want to do something, be something, have something? Not that heaven opens and the angels fall down or money falls down. No, what usually this happens is through, remember, all the things that formed your programming were ideas, intangibles, beliefs, thoughts, blah, blah. What usually happens for change is also, it comes as an idea, a thought. You said all this while you've prayed, you've gone to church, you've fasted, you've done all these things. Then as you are walking on the streets of Instagram, you now see, oh, smart investment club. Wow. I've always said I will look for how to create wealth, to make money, just be something great in life. I think it's time I join. Oh, I heard about that coach. Her name is Mfon. And they're doing a program. What was it? Think and Grow Rich. Wow. She taught us, so I really like to enter that program. What's happening is ideas, but it's a pink idea. Now, remember I've told you that your conscious mind and your program mind is formed who you are. So imagine that you are a blue person now. You have blue thoughts. You have a blue conscious mind. You have a blue program mind. You have blue thoughts. You have blue thoughts. This is what you can afford. You've told yourself what you can afford in life. I can afford to pay rent of 800,000 and no more. Anybody that's paying rent of 3 million naira is a criminal, because when you justify it, you've told yourself all the things. So you're in your blue world having blue thoughts, and suddenly you want to change. What comes after the decision to change is an idea. The problem is that idea doesn't look like your present conditions and circumstance. That idea is a pink idea in a blue world. That thought, maybe I should go and do this. Maybe I should intern with this. Maybe I should quit my job. It's a pink idea. It's like, hey, we're looking for money, and then you're like, you want to quit your job and go and start your own something. Hey! So imagine this pink idea in a blue world. All this while, 25 years, you've been having blue thoughts and living in your comfort zone. Now you want to change. You have a pink idea. This is what happens. The pink idea now comes into your blue world, your blue condition, your blue conscious mind, your blue program mind, and there's a conflict. There is now a conflict. Why? You are made for alignment. You are made for alignment. So your comfort zone, not really that you're made for alignment, your comfort zone comes from alignment. When you are in alignment, there is comfort, right? So now you have a new idea, a new way to do things, a new thought of I don't want to be in this situation, a new thought of I don't want to be in this job anymore. And then all of a sudden, as you're thinking about it, your heart starts beating faster. You're thinking about that house, they brought the house to you, you want to buy, you paid a deposit, they made you jump. It was so great an idea, but your heart starts beating. You start having conflict, you start sweating. How many people have gone through that before? You were in this place, then you said you want to do something, then it was a great idea. You maybe even took the first step, and all of a sudden, you start being like, oh, maybe you wrote your resignation letter. Then you start having thoughts like, oh my God, what did I do? Oh. You can't even sleep again. That's what is happening, is that a new system is infiltrating the old, and it causes conflict. Now, this is what we do. Because we've also been taught that when it comes from God, it comes with peace. When it comes from God, there is no anxiety. When it comes from God, there is no, but you haven't studied yourself and your makeup. You've just learned what was taught to your parents and to their parents and to their parents, that when it comes from God, there's no resistance. It's easy. It's smooth. So when someone says, God told me to do the business, the person is expecting that everything just works. So when the person is now going through challenge, they're like, did God really told you? Did God really, really told you? And some of us will be like, I'm waiting on God. I'm waiting on God for the... No. Let me tell you something. Have conflict. Stay with the conflict. That's how you change. It's the process of change. Why? The idea comes to and through you, not really from you. It comes to and through you. But it doesn't fit your present circumstances and situation. It can't. It's supposed to take you into the future. So why will it fit your present? What kind of equation is that? Think about it now. Use your logical mind. If I want to take you into the future, am I going to take you into the future with something that you're aware of in the past? Am I going to take you into the future with something that makes sense in your past or your present condition? Probably not. Tesla, Elon Musk wants to go to the moon, wants to take people there. Is he creating something that already exists? No, probably had to create something that doesn't exist. So right now there's conflict. That's why you're like, Elon Musk is going through this, he's going through that. I'm like, leave the guy when he's okay. There's conflict happening. Why? He's about to produce something new. When you're about to produce something new, it's a pink idea in a blue world. And because there is infiltration, all your systems are like, danger, danger, danger. Woo-hoo. And what we do, because we cannot handle conflict for long, we cannot handle these heart palpitations, we cannot, you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision. What we usually do is that we kick out the pink idea. We kick out the thought. We kick out the growth step. We kick it out. And then we're like, at least the job is paying me. You now put the blue thought back. And so you now achieve harmony. Yeah, like when I decided to even stay in the job for 2 more years, and even if I'm stressed, at least let me save some more money and learn how to plan my life and learn how to, you enter harmony. So you're like, it's okay. I will stay. It's okay. I'll do that program next year. Should they have another one? It's okay. I will do it later. It's okay. It's not in my budget for this year. It's okay. I can't buy the house 120 million. It's my really dream house. So it's my really dream house. But no, I don't want to owe anybody life. It's okay. Another one will come. And so we use Christianese or religious speak to talk ourselves out of a wealth mindset because you're going back to comfort zone. You've gone back to your program mind. You've gone back to, so I can't afford it. And harmony comes into the house because we can't afford it. Rather than we stretch to, harmony comes back. It's like, mommy can't afford it. Let's go. Daddy can't afford it. Let's go. And then you're in harmony. But you see, your gauge is not your mind. Your gauge is really your spirit. You know you just need something, but your conscious mind will not allow you. Your conscious mind will not allow you to address what you just did, because if it did, it might enter depression. Your conscious mind will not say what actually happened. Your conscious mind will not say you entered a growth turbine or a growth cycle and you came out of it because it made you anxious and it didn't align with your current state and you felt out of depth. So you got out of the competition and you got into your comfort zone again. Your conscious mind will never allow you to say that to yourself. So it will say things like, don't worry, another one will come. You know, don't worry, you cannot really afford it. So it will give you logical reasons. And there's nothing as bad as an intelligent people giving logical reasons for their dysfunction. There's nothing as harmful as an intelligent person giving logical reasons for their dysfunction. Why? It's so logical that you believe it and you convince every other person around you to believe it. But at night, you know that you would rather leave that job. And so I often tell people the true test of where you want to be, you find it almost every day, but in a split second, that split second of twilight reverie, when you just wake up in the morning, before you've entered your present life, when you wake up in the morning and you're just like, this one small space of time, when we allow ourselves to imagine and dream and tell ourselves the truth, that small space of time, when you just open your eye and you say, I don't want to go to this job anymore. I don't want to be here. I don't want to do, then you have to get up and then you get with the program. So we live our true life in 5 minutes of 24 hours, and we live our fake life in 23 hours, 55 minutes. Because that 5 minutes that you allowed yourself to dream was you, really you. Sometimes you get that 5 minutes when you're sitting in the toilet. I don't know why it's always coming in the toilet. Or when you're having a shower, you just be like, that's when you'll be doing the voice. This is the voice, to-do-do-do. When you're having a shower, you just be like Mariah Carey. Ooh, that's when you now remember all the childhood dreams that you had. That's when you be giving speeches to the part of just accurate timekeepers and friends at home. So right now, in the toilet, can you imagine? In the toilet is where you live your real life. In the toilet, just the oxymoron of that, or in the toilet or the bathroom is where you live your real life. And then you go out into the world and live your accepted programmed life till you have your 5 minutes. And that's why when someone disturbs you in the toilet, you're like, can someone not have privacy? Can someone not just have privacy? Can someone not? You're angry. No, maybe you're not angry at your children. You're angry at the fact that just that small time in which you can just dream, be, is taken from you. So, like I said, when you think of the type of wealth you want to have, who you want to be, it's a pink thought in a blue world, but there's conflict that comes with that. There's conflict that comes with that. And so you kick it out and then you take back the old thought. That's why we call it comfort zone. You go back to the old and there's harmony. Now, your thoughts create your actions, and your actions create your results. Meaning, my wealth, which is my result, first comes from my thoughts. My wealth doesn't come from multiple streams of income. That is a tool of multiplying what I have, but the source is not the multiple streams of income. It's a multiplier. Tools. My wealth comes from my thoughts. What I think, how I can produce, who I am, my ideas. My thoughts is I think this and then I move in line with it. It's my actions that create my result. This is an easy equation, however, it's not that easy. Why? I've just told you. So everybody's like, no, your results come from your thoughts, your results come from your thoughts, your results come from your thoughts. I'm like, no, I beg to disagree. Because there's a grandmaster in charge of your thoughts, and that is your environment. We just did that. I just took you through how your environment conditions your thoughts. So while you're thinking that your results are coming from my thoughts, change your thoughts, change your life. Change your thoughts, change your life. Change your thoughts, change your life. You will stay in the same environment. Ain't nobody changing your thoughts, nothing. Your environment has programmed your thoughts. So even when you are changing your thoughts, you think you are changing your thoughts. No, you're just regurgitating old thoughts. You're recycling old thoughts. You're not really changing your thoughts. So it should actually be your environment and your programming determines your thoughts, which then determines your action, which then produces your result. So if you want to change your result, you don't change your result from result. You don't change your result from action. You don't change your result from thought. You change your result from your environment and your programming. These two things are the things in charge of your thoughts. Your environment, your conditioned mind. Your environment, your conditioned mind. Your environment, your conditioned mind. Conscious, unconscious. Conscious, unconscious. Someone said, can I shed more light on environment? I just did. Everything I've explained to you, who you're surrounded with. All the things that I just talked about when I talked about programming a child from 1 to 6 years. Everything that you are exposed to consistently on a daily, consistent environment, your friends, your family, your spouse, your husband, everything that you're exposed to, what you watch, what you see, where you sit, the church you go to, that forms everything that forms your environment, whatever is repeated over and over and over and over and over. And so that's what when you want to change, when someone wants to change, have you ever seen when someone says, I want to change my life, and the person ups and relocates? That's because that's the person's cell of recognition for changing environment. That's not the only way you can change environment, but that's one. Move to a new complete location. However, if you move to a complete location with the people around who formed your environment, you are moving to a location, but you haven't changed environment. If you move to a new location, you're still surrounded by the people, the situation, the circumstances that surround you. Like you just moved location, you haven't moved environment. So your environment and your conditioned mind create your thoughts. Those thoughts create your actions. Those actions create your result. Let's now put it into wealth perspective. Where I am, who I'm sitting with, who I'm listening to constantly, daily. If they say, be content, I'm listening to that. What I'm allowing in, what I'm conditioned with is changing, is creating my thoughts, which is creating my actions, which is creating my results. It doesn't matter that I want to change my results. As long as these two things remain the same, my results will remain the same. And it's not that my results may not change. Your results are like a plane. Your conditioned mind and your thought is like the routing thing. You will always come down to the level of your belief. So even if you get great results and your beliefs, which forms your thoughts, if you get results at this level and this is where your beliefs are, you will stay here for some time, but then you'll come down. That's why I said I don't care about where you met a person. You can meet a person high, you can meet a person low. The thing to check is not really the tangible. The thing to check is their intangible. If they are low and their intangible is high, you're gonna get here. If they are high and the intangible is low, they're gonna come down. Check the intangible. Basimasi. So how do we condition our mind? You are gonna wait. Stay with me. Yeah. So like I said, this is you. This is little you on the bottom. So you think that everything concerning you. And guys, I want you to note how you want to get to the solution quickly. Miss me with that. Miss me with that. Because if you understood the problem well enough, you would have solved the problem. Because in describing the problem, I've been describing the solution. But you're like, no, get to the solution. I'm like, if you've been listening, I've been telling you what the solution is. So you're gonna stay with me. I'm going to tie you, hold you to listen, not to filter, because some of you are filtering. I'm like, no, I'm repeating this over and over and over so that you are listening. You're not filtering. If you've ever been in a coaching program with me, the people who have been, whether it's a book study, whether it's a coaching program, it's impossible to hear me once and get everything I say. It's impossible. So you better beg Shola to give you the recording. It's impossible to hear me once and get everything I say. Impossible. So, but you'll get great things. Anyway, Bimola says, "Tiny, please." So this is you at the bottom, and you are living your relaxing life, thinking that everything is going on great. But this is your ancestry. Your great-grandparents passed on their conditioning to your grandparents. Your grandparents passed on their conditioning to your parents, and now they passed on their conditioning to you. So who you are is a makeup of everything. Now, this is where, when religion comes in, it says generational curse, generational this, generational this, and you spend time in church over and over and over, trying to break the curse, trying to, how wicked is God really? Talk to me. How wicked is God for him to be like, no, you cannot lolux in life. Someone said loluxing came up. No, God is like, no, you've come to this life, you must pray, you must fast, you must war. You cannot enjoy it. It's in the bosky. You are in the war. Someone say, this life is war. It's war. If you are sleeping, the devil is fighting. So you have to be fighting so the devil cannot get you. If you, when are we supposed to enjoy life? What's the problem? How did God release me to this life? No enjoyment, just praying, just fasting, just fighting the devil? What is it? Breaking generational curse every year? Every year is like the angel go and leave for 5 years? What was it? There was the problem. Who did I offend? So the ones that did not break generational curse abroad, the ones that are going on with their life, they don't understand generational curse. Elon Musk, that didn't attend your church, that didn't break the curse. Is not Jeff Bezos didn't break the curse on his. I'm like, wait, no, now let's reason it together. Because what religion does is religion causes you to suspend your rational thinking. All the people that didn't break their generational curses in co. All of a sudden their life is not, no. Tell me the deliverance house that Rockefeller went to break his own generational curse. No, you two told me. All wrong now. It's all wrong. All the people we look up to, we read their books. We are reading, what's this Facebook guy's name? Mark Zuckerberg. We're like, oh, this guy has come. This one, he's great. He's this. But no, they told you your own generation, they told you your greatness was tied to breaking of the generational curse year after year after year after year after year. But you are reading their books. There is not one place in that book where they said, and so one day I realized I have a generational curse on top of me. And so I took my family, we traveled to Africa. We went in search of the priest, the pope, and then as he stayed, he declared on top of me, generational curses broken. And we felt a release. And after that, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Buffett Foundation, it rose and took off. No, let me tell you something. You're wasting time. Africa is wasting time. Nigeria is wasting time because we believe wrongly. We believe that what I've just taught you now about conditioning is a generational curse. So they say anger, you have the spirit of anger as a generation. There is. Am I saying there is? No, there is, but there's also conditioning. And then our Bible now says, tell the Zion that her warfare has ended. You're like, no, warfare continue. Fire. I'm just like, no. Wow. Stop it. Your world is literally waiting for you to take over, to enter the helm of your affairs. You are the priest, the prelate, the pope. If you understand, that's why it says in all you're getting, get understanding. This is the understanding of whatever you call generational whatever. And there's a simple solution. The same way you got it is the same way you fix it. Let me calm down, drink a water or two. Thanks. So, like I said, blue, 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 and then you are blue. And then what happens? You are not responsible for how you got here. You're responsible for where you go from here, what decisions you make. You're not responsible for your conditioning. You're responsible for your future. You will now repeat that again so that you don't look back and start blaming your parents. No, you're not responsible for your conditioning, but you're responsible for correcting it. You're responsible for your future. So when you say, I'm done with this life, I am tired of it, then this is where you break off and you become pink. You see, this was blue, 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 you were blue. Now blue, 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 you're now pink. But this comes with decisions, hard conversation, understanding things. At the time, like I told you, I was born into wealth. There's a time when, you want to do this thing as a rich person's child, you want to do this thing, they're like, oh, you want to open a restaurant, there's money. You want to do this thing, there's injection of funds. You want to do this, there's funds. There's funds. And one time I opened a restaurant in Abuja and my mother put in the funds. I was buying the restaurant from someone else. I was like, oh, mommy, I need funds to buy this restaurant, blah, blah. She's like, okay, I'll put my money, blah, blah, blah. But this was when I started understanding this, because I had already started selling food to create wealth by then. And then the whole deal went south. And say at that time, maybe that was like 15 years ago or so. Imagine someone 15 years ago putting 3 million into a business. That was a lot of money, especially for someone, that was a lot of money to just say went south. So the person cheated me. I didn't know much about the restauranting business, nothing. So it just went south. And I remember just sitting down, just saying, I've lost the money, I've lost the business. Oh God, I will not be able to repay you back. And my mother was like, no, don't worry, it's fine. It's fine, we'll do another one. And I remember just stopping and turning to her and saying, it's not fine. You need to stop making it fine for me. If someone else borrowed me this money, I would have to make it work and pay it back. That it came from you, that you have the resources, means I'm living at a lower level of responsibility to create the money to pay back. And I know that you mean good, but your good is destroying me. Problem. But at that time, I had become aware of working the muscle to be the person who could create money. I'm like, no, don't make it too. No, you want to make it easy. That's why when you see children of rich people who are like, oh, I want to make it on my own. You're like, oh, it's your own. Your father is okay. Enjoy. It's good. Enjoy. But in the enjoyment, you can also be damaging yourself. Anthony Anderson, I think it's Anthony Anderson, right? The CNN guy. It's Anderson, or what's his name? Is he Anthony Anderson? The guy on CNN, or is just Anderson? Or Anderson Cooper. Thank you, Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper is one of the richest people in the world. His name is Vanderbilt. He doesn't have to work one day in his life. If you go and Google the Vanderbilts, you will know that Anderson Cooper has no business working. But he took off the Vanderbilt from his name. Vanderbilt is generational upon generational upon generational upon generational upon generational wealth. That's Vanderbilt. He took off the Vanderbilt from his name to become Anderson Cooper. And I think it was, and he didn't reveal who he was because he was like, look, I will never know what I'm capable of. I will never know what I'm capable of. And I know some of you have like, I will be so rich. My children will not have to lift a finger in this life. Don't do that. You're going to destroy them. Be so rich that you can teach them how to create wealth. Don't say, I'll be so rich, they're not then Gary again. No, Gary is quite enjoyable. Thanks. Rich people still drink Gary and granules. Okay? Thanks. My generation will never know the taste of Gary. Sorry now. Who did it to you? No, be so rich that the things they need to discover, I often say that's what money is for. Money is for discovery. Money is not for hoarding. Money is for discovery. Money is that I want to discover who I am. I want to build from who I am. I need to do this course. I want to travel here. I want to do money. The principal function of money is to help you discover who you are. That's the principal function of money. Not storage, not hoarding. And like, I have 5 million in my savings. You're counting it every day. It's in my savings. No, it's good. However, the energy with which you do it is you have to identify. Is it because I believe that I will not have any more money? That's the best I can do. Anyway, so I have the hard conversation. They're like, you have changed, though. You don't used to give us money again. Some of you are sponsoring dysfunction. Stop it. We are like, I'm in charge of my family, of my child, of my child. Your child is 40 years old. That child you're talking about. I'm in charge of my, and then you hear prayers that they say you'll be the first millionaire in your family. Say amen. When and you see, I'm very hard on religion. I love God, but I'm hard on religion because religion is the cause of poverty in Africa. It's one of the major causes of poverty in Africa. Religion. Not God. Religion. Because go to the prayers they pray. You will be that person in your family that until you come, the entire family will not be able to sit down. Yeah, man. That's a rubbish prayer. Why? Why would you want to be that person? That until you come, the entire family. In other words, what you're saying is your family is not well-to-do. You're in such penury. You are the shining symbol. When you now come, then everybody, no, that's the thing that causes people like that to die. No, you should be saying that my family can do things without me because we're all well-to-do. All we need to do is a Skype call. Do you see Mark Zuckerberg having family meeting in the village? Have you seen his village? And I say, no. He came by one. Came to the village. You're like, Igwe, until you landed. Everybody's like, Igwe. No, you are the benefactor of grown people's dysfunction. That's what you are. And so the next time someone says, you'll be the only rich person in your family, tell them I reject that. I want everybody in my family to be so well-to-do. I can be the first, but by God, I will teach everybody how to be rich. As long as they're within my circle. My friends know this. When they are ready to get their life together, I'm their first call. There's a friend of mine that been my friend for like 10 years, like, pick up phone. And it's not they're guys. He's like, Mfon, he was like, you know me, you know me since. This is my life. This is what I earn. I love it, but I'm ready to get my life together. There's so much more. I need you. I'm their first call. And that's it. Stop being, I'm the shining light in my family. They will dim you. You don't have the energy to be the only shining light. You don't have the energy all the time. Why don't you light up everyone? And where do we get that rubbish from? It's religion that teaches us that. Not God. Anyway, so like I said, we're now entering the solution. This is what I explained as reverse engineer from the beginning. When you know the composition of something, you're able to reverse engineer. How you got here is how you get out. Your environment and your conditioned mind feeds your thoughts feed your actions, and then your actions feed your results. I think someone is scribbling on the screen, so I'm not sure, but there seems to be some scribble. You guys can see, so I don't know that should bother you so much. It just looks like when your daughter scribbles on your screen, that's what it looks like. But sometimes I think Zoom does that thing and someone else has the thing and they don't even know that they're doing it. Anyway, so your environment and your conditioned mind feeds your thoughts. Thoughts feed your actions, actions feed your result. If you want to reverse engineer, you work it back. My results were from my actions came from my thoughts came from my environment and my conditioned mind. If I want to work it back, how do I reprogram myself? I go in depth into this in the book study, Think and Grow Rich. And that there's a book study that starts next month, Think and Grow Rich. And if anything I taught you here today has helped, get on that book study. Do yourself a service. I'm at this point, and those of you who know me, I'm at the point where I'm just like, if you like, invest in personal development and growth. If you like, do invest. Nobody right now is begging anybody to be coached, to be taught. You do yourself a disservice. Look at how much you've just all known from just sitting down in one session. Talk to yourself if you were on this type of intentional growth journey for the next 5 years of your life. What would have come of you? Nobody has to beg anybody now to. A coach before was a luxury. A coach right now in this day, generation, and age with the transition generation is a necessity. I could not achieve the type of result I have achieved in my life without a coach, without all 6 of them, and I have 6 coaches, 6. You are there, relaxing, saying later, woo. Then they will reach out to her, like, ah, it's so nice. That person is really great. So deep, girl. Ah, so deep. Let me go and be scrolling on Instagram. Come on. Do yourself a service. Come on. Stop kidding around. You don't have time. The average age on this call is 40. Think of your 18-year-old self. What would she tell this 40-year-old self? Think of it. Get your act together. Now, this is how to reprogram yourself. I usually teach the 10 steps to creating a new belief, but I'll try and teach 2 and try and summarize it in a way that you can understand and start to work on right now. Remember I said your thoughts? And I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a while. Ooh, how's everyone feeling before we get to the last leg? How are you feeling? Are you irate?
Still standing.
It's still standing. My wife, I was standing. We're taking the bus, but yeah, we're here. All right. Nemesis, you have removed your scarf from your head. Wow. I didn't knew. You're so serious. Wow. Brenda is like, we're feeling attacked. Okay, fantastic. All right. So I'm just quickly going to give you a brief on how you can reprogram. Let me see. I'm reading your comments. Someone said, I'm feeling slightly depressed but ready for change. All right. Now, remember I started by saying you need understanding. Why understanding? Understanding fortifies your faith that you can do it. Your faith to try. The next time you are feeling anxious because of a new idea, you will not be in a hurry to throw it away because now you understand that it's part of the process of change. So understanding fortifies faith, which fortifies your expectation that it is going to work, which fortifies your belief that you're on the right track, which drives your behavior and your action and your result. It starts from understanding. So I've taken you through the journey to understand. Understanding fortifies your faith to try, to do it, to get it done. That faith fortifies your expectation that it is going to work, that you are not mad, that you're not on the wrong path, that you don't have to, that God is not punishing you because you missed his voice. That expectation then fortifies your belief, which drives your behavior to act. And by doing all these things, you increase something I call the amplitude of your vibration, but I won't go into that now because that will take a lot of explaining, but I will go into what you need now to reprogram. I'm trying to look through my notes to see what will be most helpful to you now. So just give me a bit of time, okay? Okay. I use the book Think and Grow Rich to explain some of what I want to tell you now, because Think and Grow Rich for me is a book that needs to, you need to be taught how to use the book Think and Grow Rich. I think there's a lot of people who have read it, but not a lot of people who have read it. If you've been in a book study with me, you know what I'm saying. So it's a working book, it's not a reading book. Now, there's a page in Think and Grow Rich, I'm trying to find the page where he described something that happened. Just give me time, I'm gonna save the page, so I'm just looking through to get to the page. There was a story of a guy called Barnes. It talks about Barnes. And for those of you who are going to do the book study, Think and Grow Rich, I'm just getting ahead of myself. So if you're signed up, welcome. The study, the name of a guy called Barnes, who was a poor, blah, blah, blah. He was not educated or anything. He was just, he knew about Thomas Edison. And he had imagined for years till it became an all-consuming obsession. And I'll just summarize the story. He had a desire. He had a desire. And his desire was to become Thomas Edison's business partner. Now, this business partner, he's like, if Thomas Edison needs a business partner to work, you know, if he wants to partner with someone, of course, didn't you think he'll partner with someone more, you know, schooled and stuff like that? His desire was to work, yes, with Edison. So, says he was determined, he was so determined to find a way to carry out his desire, he finally decided, I'm going to be picking out keywords, he finally decided to travel. What came first, the decision or the action? What came first, the decision or the action? Decision. Money is a decision thing. It's not an action thing first. It's a decision thing. You make a decision for money before money comes. A lot of times we are waiting for the money. So we say things like, I would do it when I have the money. That's a faulty equation because the decision comes first. Money comes second. Money responds to decision making, not the other way around. So you can say, when I have the money, I will do it, and you will wait forever. There's some of you, and I want you to reverse engineer what has happened in your life up until date. There's some of you have wanted something so bad. You didn't have the money, but you wanted that thing so bad, you're like, I'm gonna get it. Then you're like, I'll pay this. Then before you know it, the opportunity to work in one place to earn more money to make a second payment came, then you made it. Then another thing came, then you made it. Then another thing came, then you made it. Before you know it, you have paid. You're like, hey, I didn't know I could do it. So when I first started, I was like, let me just put the deposit. Maybe they will come and harass me, but that's how it did. Why? The equation for money moves from decision making, intangible to tangible, not tangible to intangible. So he made a decision. All this while he had been having the desire, thinking. The moment he set the ball in motion was the day he made the decision to travel. Decision. He could have had that desire for years and died with that desire. He finally decided to travel by blind baggage rather than be defeated. Now, blind baggage is that you don't have money to sit in the train. So you are maybe hanging on something, not to hang on the train or hang on maybe the baggage section or something. That's to show you how much of a desire, the decision, how much of a desire followed that decision. It's like, look, however I'm going to get there, I'm going to get there. I'm going to the train station. Some of you have done those crazy type things. Now, he went on a freight train. That's what it meant. By not a passenger train, but a freight train. And then he says he presented himself at Edison's library. So he decided, then he traveled, then he presented himself, then he announced that he had come to go into business with the great inventor. Now think about how foolish it is. If someone doesn't have money, jump on a train, then comes, presents himself, found the lab, then now said, hi, my name is Barnes, and I'm here to become your business partner, to go into business with you. Traveled, presented, announced. Travel, presented, announced. You are acting in line with the pink thought now, not the blue programming. A pink thought comes into your mind once you say you want to change, an idea, a way of doing things. Someone comes into your life. There's a chance to do things different. You don't wait. You don't ask money for permission. Money, may I do this? A lot of you are asking money for permission. Money, I've seen a solution to my problem. Money, may I? Money is like, no, you can't. Can't you see your bank account? Mansions are talking, face me, I face you talking. Come on, shut up, go back. I want to go back to my slides. I just wanted to show you that, but I want to go back to my slides because I'll tie it with something I'm going to say now. And I'll bring you back to this page on Barnes. All right, let's go back to the slides. Where are you? I'm going to share my slides with you all. Share screen. Okay. How to reprogram yourself. All these things, memory, your imagination, your perception, your reason, your will, your intuition, they are the intangibles. Your memory, your imagination, your perception, your reason, your will, your intuition, they form your intangibles. You've used them in the past to create this programming. You're going to use them differently. And I'll tell you how. Now, you can do, some of you on this call just said it now. Oh, you know, it was like, I think Chioma, oh, I regret, oh, I'm, you know, Basbos has hit me, blah, blah. You can use your memory two ways. Negative way is to regret the past, just stay in regret. And some people are, if you see some people, their energy is just regret. That's one way to use the intangible of the memory. Imagination, you can use your imagination in the negative by worrying about the future. When we worry about the future, we use the resource that is the imagination in the wrong way, which is we use it on worry. Now, perception, how do we use that? You can use perception wrong by distorting the present. Something happens to you in the present. You realize that we can distort the present. So for instance, let me give you an example. There was an example one of my friends and trainer gave me of his child was autistic and they were in a supermarket and the child was just playing, you know, and then a woman came to the child and was just like, ugh. And then, you know, he was so angry with the woman. I think it was him and his wife. They were so angry with the woman. They were like, how dare you do that to our child? Our child is autistic. How dare you? How dare you? You know, now your parents now, you know, you can go to war because of that kind of thing. Like you have an autistic child and then someone passes your child and says, ugh. You will slap that person there. You just tear the person's shirt. And so they're shouting on the woman. The woman was like, what did I do? They're like, don't you dare for my child. Don't you dare for my child. And the woman was like, no, I was not oohing for your child. Your child is holding a snake, like a toy snake. I have a phobia for snakes. That's why I oohed. That's how ice water just came on all of them. Now, what did they do? Perception is a gift, but it can also become a curse because however you want to see something is how you see it. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. We don't see the world as it is. So for instance, someone says, some of you have 50 followers on Instagram. 50 followers. 50 human beings chose to follow you. Listen to what you are saying. Your perception of that number distorts what the significance of it is. So you now go, you now say, see my 50. Human beings are having 10,000. Other human beings are having 1 million. What are you doing in life, Shola? What are you doing in life, Mayowa? You can't even grow. Oh yeah, post more, post more, post more. Grow, 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 grow. You're like, I did IG live. I go check this. I did IG live. Only 100 people showed. Only 100. Then that's how this other girl did IG live. Tomiwa, Tomike, Diary of this one of that. Then they are posting it. Thank you all. 20,000 people that showed up for my IG live. You're like, God, see my mates. Why is my life like this? What's going on? This is not how I thought it would be. This is not, you start see how you start to go down. Everything is not making sense. I'm tired. Before you know, you lose appetite for food. Your husband is trying to cheer you up. Your children are trying to cheer. Just because you distorted your perception. It's not what happened. What happened is that 50 people tuned in to listen to you. Rather than say 50 people tuned in to listen to me, you distorted with perception the picture. And therefore your feeling about it is distorted. Therefore the action is distorted. You decide not to do any more IG live calls. Therefore your results are distorted, but it all started with perception and distortion. So when you're about to distort something, ask yourself, how does this thing I'm saying, how does it serve me? So you can use memory to regret the past. You can use perception to distort the present. You can use imagination wrongly to worry about the future. Same thing, we can abuse all this, and there are resources. There are resources that help in programming. For instance, your subconscious, remember I talked about your subconscious, how you are programmed. This were all the faculty. It's called your intellectual. This were all the faculties you used for your programming that were used. Your memory is used. That's why when I was talking about Voltron, you could remember Voltron. Your imagination, remember the age 2 to 6, you were imagining things, all those things. You drew pictures in your head. You entered it. You wanted to be a pilot. You wore the cloth. Your imagination was used. Your perception. Some of you didn't even know anything about the world. The world was great. The world was grand. Your perception of stuff happening to you. You didn't even know you were poor until someone pointed it out to you. Your perception is just that we are. Do you know the happiest people are like, have you seen village children having fun? You can't miss them with their little stream. They know how to swim. They know everything. They have no perception of poverty until the world tells them, until they get to a reason where the world tells them they are poor. Then they start to believe the perception of another person. But village children, mango for free. They know how to roast gari. They know how to catch fish. They know how to swim. There's swimming pool, free swimming pool in the stream. They're dancing in the rain, the happiest, until someone else comes to tell them, change the perception of what they have. Reason, you use that in the programming of your unconscious, your will, your intuition. All this came together to form your subconscious now. I wrote that your mind will work in autopilot if you let it, but then again, I'm sure you already know that. Rather than what we said, regret the past, the best use of the thing is to learn from the past. Rather than distort the present, perception, be grateful for the present, be grateful for the 50 people who came to you, rather than the negative way of using the intellectual faculty, which is worry about the future. You design the future, and that's what we're now coming to. Now, I'm gonna stop there. Someone said she didn't know she was Black until she got to Canada. That's it. I'm gonna explain that part to you. If you learned what you learned, I said the way to form a new belief is spaced repetition over time. That's how you learn the previous one. Think of when you were a child. Brushing your teeth is in your subconscious. Brushing your teeth is in your subconscious. You can brush your teeth in your sleep. Why? You repeated it over and over and over and over and over. Do you remember that there was a time when they will have to tell you, don't swallow the toothpaste, so Busayo, spit it out. Then you be like, twet, spit it out. Twet, twet. Sometimes you will swallow it. Sometimes you just be like, the toothbrush will be everywhere. But you did it again and again and again and again until you learned how to do it. Now, you did it until it got into your subconscious. At that point in time, you don't need your conscious anymore. Your conscious is not at the driver's seat. Your consciousness is only there as a muscle to exercise until it gets into your subconscious. So your intellectual faculties that I just mentioned, your imagination, your memory, your blah, they are the faculties that you will now use to exercise until it gets into your subconscious. You think an average of 60,000 thoughts a day. Remember when we did the lemon example, and I said, even if it is not real, your subconscious and your body doesn't know real or fake. It's going to give you those same reactions. Great. That's the same with reprogramming. What you are now doing, let me give you this perfect example. I was looking for something. Now I've got it. So we're about to switch gears and enter. Okay, all of you, I did the exercise of the line. Okay, now another exercise I want all of you to do. All right, are you all with me? Have an exercise. Sit up. That's yourself. You're about to do an exercise for me. Shake yourself. Shake it up. Yeah, great. Awesome. Here. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out. Again. Breathe out. Okay, now. I want you to will yourself to sweat. Sweat. That's the exercise. Just sweat. Sweat now. Sweat. Stretch your hands out and sweat. Do it. You can do it. You can do it. Sweat. Just start sweating. Sweat. Sweat. All of you have kept quiet. You were like, yes, now, we're ready. I'm like, sweat. Who is sweating? Motorize that is not working. Why? Sweat. Will yourself to sweat. The Bible say, how shall these things be? Come on. You can do it. No, I believe in you. I hope in you. Sweat. It's not working.
No.
How?
I don't know.
Okay. So now, this is the thing. Someone says, sweat, did he answer me? Now, that's because sweating comes from a place that you can't control. However, this is it. The only part you can control is your conscious mind. You can't control your subconscious. It's not in your control. The subconscious is your storage. You don't control it. The only part you can control is your conscious mind. Now, where you sweat from, your sweat is a subconscious act, except for when you exert yourself physically. Even at that, you're not the one that turns it on. It's a result of something. You can only use your conscious mind to reprogram your subconscious. Your subconscious was programmed for you without your help, but now you only have the faculty of your conscious mind. It's by using that part of your mind that you can control, that you can change the part that you can't reach directly. I'll say this again. I just asked you to sweat and you can't do it. Now, it is not that you can't do it. It's that you can't do it directly, but you can do it indirectly. How? I talked of the memory, the imagination, the will, the perception, the blah, blah. If you begin to think of something right now, a bad experience you had, or something that's happened, if you've ever lost your key and it's an emergency, your car key, you needed to get out. You've lost your car key, but you know it's somewhere in your house. The perception of your loss of your car key starts making you sweat. What do I mean? You're using your conscious mind. If you were in a competition now and I said the competition is you sweat and you go home with $50 million, guess what the best thing to do to sweat is? Think of a time when you were under pressure, when you were anxious. If you think of that time, if you use your conscious faculties to think of that period, you can control your unconscious, subconscious faculties. Do you understand that? There's a part of the mind you can control to hold images, experiences, and feelings, to communicate with the subconscious mind, to raise your internal body temperature to produce sweat. It will be indirect, but you can produce sweat. So you can't sweat directly, but you can sweat indirectly. Now, that's the perfect example. It's the same thing with the lime. I can't say, if I said, make your tongue produce salty saliva, you can't. You can't. But the exercise we did together, am I frozen? I feel like I'm frozen on people's screens.
No, you're not.
Okay, fantastic. All right. Good. Someone said it's the way actors make themselves cry. Exactly. That's the example. Sometimes it's I don't know if you've ever done this before. You are not, if you've ever, and children do this a lot, just as adults, we forget what we've done. They're like, laugh. You're like, there's nothing funny, just laugh. In China, they have laughing schools. Then you start, you're like, okay, let's do it. Okay, everybody start laughing with me. If you've ever done it, you do it up until a time when literally you've used your conscious faculties. Before you know it, the laughter kicks in and they are like, what did you do? You can't laugh on automated stuff just like that. But you can use your conscious to trigger an unconscious reaction. I hope that you understand what I'm saying, because trust me, this is powerful. You can't tell yourself, produce saliva, salty saliva, but you can use what you did in the exercise with the lime is that you used your conscious faculty of imagination, of you cutting a lemon, cutting a lime, squeezing it, licking it. You used your conscious faculty to change a subconscious reaction. That's the way you reprogram. You use the part of your mind you can control to change the part you really want to change to get lasting change in your life. Once you understand these forces at work, you can control stuff. Now, for instance, let's hone in on wealth. How do you do this with wealth? Remember I said the subconscious doesn't know real or imagined. So for instance, I've been talking for years. If you know me, if you've heard me speak, you've heard me talk about water. Where there's water is the law of my being. Like where there's water, I'm at my most productive. Just know all this kind of hotels you go to that they'll be like view, then water, then like if I'm in that type of place, my production is at 2000%. And I've talked about it, and everybody who I coach even knows it. And I'm like, I live there. I go there at every chance I have. I go to places that have water. I go to the environment. Remember we talked about environment and conditioning. Environment, what you allow around you, conditioning, space, repetition over time. Every chance I get, I never stay in a hotel that doesn't have a view. I try as much as possible. One of the things, my requirement is water. There must be water around that place. So I have flooded my conscious with what I want to be, what I want to do, what I want to have. Flooded for years. Flooded. Recently, I saw a picture. Someone was posing by water, like beachfront, and I was like, oh, that's my dream. Like, why did you take this picture? I was expecting the person to say somewhere in the world. The person was like, I took the picture in Lagos. I'm like, Lagos have this type of beachfront, waterfront is developed. I'm like, take me there. By the time we went there, I was going there, and I said, maybe let me just go there and buy a plot or two. You know how you're like, let me just buy a little plot or two. As I got there, they took me there, and then they just said, this is like we're going through, bushes, uncleared paths, and then we got to the beachfront, and they were like, this is it. I was like, I'm buying every single plot in this place because I'm the owner. I'm the what? I'm the owner. Why? I've seen it over in I can write what it looks like. That's how I bought my first house. For those of you who live in Lagos, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a secret. Come here, come close. Except you want to do business in Ibejuleki, you have no business buying land in Ibejuleki. Except you know what you are going to do there. Because if you are buying there, because that's what your money can afford, there's one part of the equation. There's another part of the equation is that where do you really want? What do you want? Where do you want to live? Where do you want to buy property? Where? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What are you feeling? Okay, you that went to go and buy in Ibejuleki. How many times do you go to Ibejuleki and stand there and say, I want to imagine what this feels like? If you're buying according to your poverty, you're going to remain there. If you're going to make investments according to your dream, you're going to go there. So, I'm not saying don't buy. I'm telling you the formula to change. Because some of you are like, this is the land I can afford. I want my cocoa land. Let's go and buy it. Oworon Shoki. Let's go and do. And I'm like, it's okay if that's where you want. I have land in Ibejuleki. So I'm not saying don't buy there, but I know why I went there. If you're going there because that's what your money can afford, then you're doing yourself a disservice. Because the question is, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? That's what your subconscious keeps asking you. What do you want? What do you want? And so the time I came to Lagos, I moved to Lagos for 1 year because I was working first with Microsoft, then I started working, as the ED of the Future project. So I moved to Lagos. Microsoft kept me in a hotel in Dolphin for a while, almost maybe like 3 months. And I love Dolphin Estate. I feel like it's the cusp between the island and the mainland. It's just like there's the middle ground, and that's Dolphin and Osborne. It's just there. No traffic, you can avoid because you can just come out and enter the road for those of you who don't live in Lagos. Anyway. Then the second year I came to live in Lagos because of employment, because I was working in corporate. I stayed in Lekki and I swore never again, me and Lekki. And because everybody was telling me, you're coming from the abroad. The place to stay in Lagos is Lekki. If it's somebody like you, yeah. So I got and I stayed in Lekki. Horrible water, horrible light. That roundabout, I missed my flight. I'm just like, why are people coming to this place to live? They're like, it's the highbrow area. I'm like, highbrow with what resources? All the drainages are blocked. When rain falls, everywhere is flooded. Why? No, they sold you a narrative and you believe them. That's why you bought. It's okay, but it's okay. I'm not entering people, Lagos people. Before people come and attack me, calm down, drink ice water. Enjoy your Lekki, okay? Okay, thanks. Because left to me, Surulere is better than Lekki. Great space, there's still greenery, light is fantastic. What are you doing? They're like, no, the island and the mainland is very far. No, it's also something that you believe, really, because me coming from London, I was like, we drive to the mainland for work and drive back. And I didn't really see anything wrong until Lagos just started saying, you do that? Is it not far for you? Like, not really. I'm against traffic. So then space repetition over time before they're like, islanders are islanders. Mainlanders are mainlanders. Just like, no, stop it. Like if people don't have, I went to someone, very influential person, and I was like, but your house doesn't have water. He's like, the bank is my neighbor. We all have the same brown water. What is it? I'm like, why are you doing this to yourself? Why? Anyway, so I swore that I would never, like if I wanted to buy a house, I would not buy one in Lekki, like that would not be my first choice. Because I had stayed in Dolphin, Osborne type, and I stayed in Lekki, my choice in Lagos was Ikoyi, Osborne, Dolphin, out airport, because airport was my route. I love the life. Now, if you know Lagos, you know that having a house in Osborne, so have a house in Osborne is like you are selling your liver and your esophagus together to get a house in Osborne, right? Right. Thanks. It's called Old Ikoyi. Yes, it's Osborne. What did I tell you about your subconscious? If it gets into your subconscious, it has no choice. It must produce. Your job is to get whatever you want into your subconscious. So every time I came into Lagos, I would stay in the hotel in Osborne, Dolphin. When I'm taking morning walks, I'm walking amongst my neighbors in Osborne and Dolphin. When people are calling me and say, where are you? I'm in Osborne and Dolphin. I'm just like, oh, I'm going to Osborne and Dolphin. And I did this continually, consistently, 4 years, 5 years, Osborne, Dolphin, Osborne, Dolphin. Did I have the money for Osborne and Dolphin? Absolutely not. Even if you shake me and shake my generations, you will not see the money that is falling out to buy a house in Osborne. In fact, one day I even asked, they're like, hey, Reba, don't ask us. So in fact, the house is not even available. Nobody's selling their house here. Everywhere dry. Everybody I have house. There's no land set. Still, Osborne, Dolphin, Osborne, Dolphin, Osborne, Dolphin. Where do I send your things to? Osborne, Dolphin. And at the same time, I knew the type of house I wanted, started drawing the picture. Again, imagination. Entered into the house, was drawing the picture. I said, I've stayed in hotels too long. The place has to have the concierge life. If I stay in the place, it has to have this. And I don't like going to the office, like all this traffic. No, I'm like, the office space has to be around me because I wake up, take a swim or two, and then want to see the view, water, blah, blah, blah. Drawing, just creating the picture, the wheel, imagination, perception, just my environment, spatial repetition over time, Osborne, Dolphin. It's now saving screenshots. You know, some of you save screenshots of clothes. Stop it. When you're saving screenshots of clothes to go and give your tailor, what's stronging you? Is that, don't you have enough clothes? Are you saving screenshots of your dream, of what you want to do, have? You are saving screenshots. Oh, nice. Oh, save her. Look at this cloth. Rush, yeah. Oh, hi. What's strong in you? Who did this to you? Save screenshots of your future. I started saving screenshots of the type of house I want, where I want. I started following accounts that seem like my dream. Some of you are following Tony Tetwila. No, what's that guy's name again? No. Naruto. No, what's that guy's name? You're following Instablog. You're following. There's one guy that does his stuff is like Instablog. You're following all these people. Is that your dream? Is Is the gist of other people's drama in their lives your thank you to the head not? If you say you're part of smart investment club and I catch you there, in fact, how will I even catch you there when I'm not there? One of the first things anybody working for me needs to do, get off the drama pages, off, because remember what I said about your consciousness, your subconscious. It doesn't matter that you don't agree with it. If you flood your conscious with it, it's going to enter your subconscious. So even to the harmless things. I love Laisi Eleno. Can't even call him people like us who used to consume his material. We don't call him Lasisi. It's you, mere mortal. We call him Laisi because there's a level of followership that you follow Laisi that you now start calling Laisi Eleno because it's Laisi. You get it? If you don't know Nike, you've not really followed Lasisi that long. I followed Lasisi. I love it. Anything that's humorous on Instagram, I love it. Tell her, Mr. Macaroni. I love it. Until I unfollowed Lasisi. And let me tell you why. I unfollowed Lasisi because even though I enjoy it, I really enjoy it. All the skits, all the comedy, all the things. One day, someone on my staff got me so angry. And then I said, are you mad? That was the day I unfollowed Lasisi. That was the day. Because I knew where that came from. But you see, did it come in seriousness or it came in jest? It came in jest, but it's in my subconscious. So when pressure of stress was put on me, what was in my subconscious, which was, are you mad, came out. That was the day I stopped following because there's nothing that is harmless. Nothing. Oh, like, your own is too serious. So I'm like, yeah, I've seen the result. Because again, and because it's not something I do or say, I knew exactly where it came from. I'm like, I was mortified that I could say that. And then I was like, oh my goodness. I didn't need to say where did this come from. I knew exactly where it came from. So at the cost of a few laughters, I'm like, no, I'm gonna save my future and I'll follow you. Not because what you're doing is wrong, but because my subconscious is gonna take in something I don't want there. So it works both good, bad. Now, remember Osborne, like Osborne, Dolphin, Osborne, Dolphin, staying there. Do you know what it means to stay in the vicinity of your dream continually for years? Your subconscious does not have a choice. It's going to accept it. And once it accepts it, it has to produce it. That's the power of the subconscious. Your subconscious is your creative power. Once it accepts an idea, it's going to produce it. That's good, bad, ugly. That's why they tell you, look, what you don't want to eat, don't smell. You are married and somebody is touching your hand and you're like, oh, you know, you're so great a guy. You know, you're so great a girl. You stay in that vicinity. At first, you're like, no. Then you're like, he listens to me. I really talk. He's my closest friend outside my marriage. He calls me, blah, blah, blah. The day that idea of that person enters your subconscious is the day you're going to have an extramarital affair that you did not think yourself capable of initially. But you see, you didn't know when it crossed and entered your subconscious. And once it enters your subconscious, once that person's presence enters your subconscious, it must produce. Anything that enters the subconscious must produce. That's why the Bible says, think on this thing, whatsoever is good, pure, lovely, of good report, it will be a virtue, praise. It's like, don't allow any other thing but things like this stay in your conscious, because if it enters into your subconscious, that part of the Bible that says, don't go and tell an angel it was a mistake. It's like, no, it has entered the subconscious. You can't say it's a mistake again. It has to produce. So, back to my example, husband, thank you. Husband, thank you. Someone else will say, you're really spending money on husband, thank you. The places are cheaper, you know, what don't show you, husband, thank you. The same as some people laugh at some of you or whatever, clown some of you. You're doing coaching. You're joining Smart Investment Club. This is why I just shopping your money, you know. You know you can rustle this thing. You know MMM is real. Husband, thank you. Husband, thank you. Husband. You know there's money doublers. Come on, learn how to hustle. Come on, learn how to trade. Husband, thank you. Husband. I said husband, thank you. Husband, Duffy. Husband. Look, the key is to stay in the vicinity of your dream. Meaning, you first must know what your dream is. Stay there. Stay there long enough. Some of you stay there small, then go out. Anybody that comes to me for coaching, I tell the person, look, if you're not ready to give me 5 years of your life, don't bother. Because how you got programmed to this is the same way you get programmed to greatness, but it needs time, effort, money. It needs husband, Dolphin, husband, Dolphin. I'm going to be in your face, saying the same things, reprogramming your mind for a period of 3 to 5 years. If you're not ready to commit that amount of time, don't bother. You're not going to get it in one talk. If you're not going to stay in the vicinity of wealth with the right people, go to that frequency, stay on that frequency, find the environment, stay there, stay. What a lot of people don't do is they don't stay from one program to the next program, to the next program, to the next program, to the next. Hi, it's good. Oh, we did this. Some of you are moving too much. Too much. A tree doesn't grow by movement. A tree grows by grounding. Husband, dolphin, husband, dolphin. Started saving screenshots, things I like. And then one time on the streets of Instagram, I saw. Remember, I told you in my mind, there's water, there's a view, there's blah, there's blah. After about, I started staying there since the Obama Fellowship 2014. From 2014 to 2019, I stayed in husband, husband. And then in 2019, I was walking on the streets of Instagram. And then I saw a flyer and it said, can still remember what it said. It said, the view is only the beginning. It was the picture of a house. I was like, tell me more. And I went through it. It was overlooking the water. It was concierge type. I was like, oh my God, oh my Jesus. I was like, wherever they tell me this place is in Lagos. I'm going to, of Lagos. If they even tell me wherever it is, I'm going. Toby's tired of me. And then I called and I said, I've just seen your flyer, blah, blah, blah. You know how they put it, the views only the beginning, blah, was the infinity pool. It was as if someone had created my dream, because you see, that's the funny thing about the subconscious. If it doesn't exist, it's to be created. It's a law. Your subconscious must produce that thing. And then I called and I said, hi, I just saw I'd like to know what the location of this building is. And they said, Osborne. Ha! Heat up over, heat up over, heat up over, heat up over. I'm like, I'm going there. So I was entered. And I was like, fantastic, I love it. How much? And they said, oh, it's gonna cost about 150 million. I'm just like, no, Mr. Macaroni. I just dressed back. Now, then I said something most of us say. I'm like, please, do you have any other property, any other place? Because I cannot come and kill myself for my mother. I cannot what? I cannot come and kill myself for my mother. You see, the pink idea had come. The blue was about to do what you all do. You're like, no, thank you. And then I remember environment, vicinity, environment, conditioning. I had stayed with a coach for the same from 2011. This person had coached me constantly. And he said, Mfon, it will come a time when you will find that your dream. And when you find the dream, don't negotiate with it. Don't choose something smaller because you don't know how to get it. So as I was about to do, another programming kicked in, which was my coach's voice. And he said, don't negotiate with your dream. And then he had been telling me, teaching me, he said, if you're not willing to take the first step to find out more about your dream, you're not worthy of the dream. What will it cost to go and ask? Some of you write yourself off the dream because you just don't know how. He's like, no, take steps towards it, even if you don't know how. As opposed to what the world has told you, go back. He said, no, go forward. So my stopped because there was another programming, a counter programming. The environment I'd steeped myself in for the past 9 years kicked the programming I had, which would have taken me back. And so I picked up the phone and I said, can I come to your office? Because he was like, look, whatever your dream is, Chase, go to that office. Why can't you? What does it cost you to go to the office? What does it cost you to enter the car to take a test drive? What does it cost you? You want a Ferrari? Go to the Ferrari office. Enter the car. Some of you cannot even enter. You're not worthy. You're like, no, I'm not worthy to go to the Ferrari office. You want Ferrari? Go there. It don't cost you anything. Don't cost them anything. Wear your best dress. Wear big chain. They won't know that you don't have the money. Go. And so I went to the office and then I sat down there. Big hair don't curl. Nice girl. How did they know? It was in my bank account. They don't know. They don't have a clue. Yeah. So I went there. Sat down and I was talking to them. I was like, okay, great. This house, they're like, okay. Then they're like, oh, at first the laws for building in Osborne, the laws just changed. Now we can build. This property has been bought since blah, blah, blah. We started building, but years ago we had to stop. So now we're about to start. They stopped building maybe like 12 years ago. They just started building. I was like, okay, fantastic. So I now said, so I'm interested in it. However, I can't pay you because you have to bring your best phone. I was like, however, I can't commit such a bulk amount, and that is this space and time. So do you have options? And they were like, oh yeah, we're trying to test out something. We're trying to test out a type of payment plan that allows you to pay over a period of 5 to 7 years. I was like, what? Over what? They're like, yeah, we want to test that in the market, like without banks, just allowing individuals pay for this long. There's nobody else doing it for this long. Most people are doing 2 years, 5 years. But we said, and this is the thing, we only tell people who come to our office. So you see how some of you have been writing yourself out of the equation by not taking steps. If I didn't go to the office, I would never have known. And so I was sitting down there. I was like, okay. I was like, what do you need? What do you need? So we just need a deposit. We need your post-dated checks. We'll be taking this money every month. I'm like, wait now, calm down. Mommy, you have to be calming down. Okay, I can't give you the money every month. Can I pay you in bulk, like every 4 months, They're like, hold on, let's go and ask our Oga. Then they went to the Oga. They're like, we've never gotten a request like that before. But yeah, since we're negotiating, okay, you can pay every 4 months. I'm like, fantasimo, whoosh. Another, taking a step. You don't go, you don't negotiate, you don't know negotiating. So I'm like, oh, so what's the deposit? They're like, deposit is, I have the exact amount of deposit in my bank account, the exact amount. I think it was a 10% or some sort of 15%, something that was, if it's 150 million, 10% is what? 15, right? I had that. And then plus something. I know it came up to like 19 point something. I was just like, whoa. I have this. Do I know where the rest is going to come from? Absolutely not. I just know I had the first step. Put the money there. Let me tell you what happens to your mind once you start the process. Remember I said your brain is wired to produce when you place pressure on it to produce. Now my brain has pressure of 135 million. So guess what my frequency, my brain starts working at? 135 million frequency. Like solutions from left, right, and center. Just like the witty inventions of how the Bible even put it again. You will start having thoughts of witty inventions and think it will literally, that's how your brain works. So all this, until the clothes fit, until I can afford it, you are shortchanging the entire process of life. Anyway, put the deposit, started paying for my husband's house. And then I was like, tell me the features of this house. They're like, oh, so we're looking the sea. Then we have the concierge. And there's an office complex in there. I'm just like, tick my dream, tick. Every single thing without fail. There. And because that muscle worked the first time, at the time was next payment with invention. The other people that be telling you, come, I want to pick your brain. I'll be like, oh, fantastic, I'll pick my brain today. This is the bill. Because 135 million is waiting for me to pay. Some of you are doing free things because you've not placed yourself under pressure to produce. You place yourself under pressure to produce. Free dies. Free what? Dies. Your brain starts thinking, I need to produce for Matala. I need to produce. What do we need to sell? What do we have to do? What do I have in my kitty? Right now, I just getting on Instagram saying, is a side us too? Is a side us too? No, go and pay down deposit on your house. Your side us too becomes your real us too. Stop it. What are you doing? That's the process of wealth creation. But you see, did I look to my account before I made the decision to buy the house? You make the decision. Money follows it. It's almost like money is like my commander has commanded me, and my commander is decision and desire. And so, first payment, second payment, third payment, and they're sending me pictures of my house, maybe bills. I'm like, husband. And that's the thing. Once you work that muscle and you overcome that hill, you've increased your frequency. So the next one, I was just like, you know what? Was another offer on the mainland. I'm like, look, there's sometimes I don't want to be coming to the island. I want to be out on the mainland. I now want to be looking for a house to rent on the mainland. I was just like, let me rent the house. While they are building this one, let me rent a house on the mainland. In a nice place. I think Bagada is like surrounded by, there's these 3 places that come together, Bagada something and something. I can't remember what it is, but I'm like, let me just stay in the little mainland. I told the person, my agent, wrote it down directly what I wanted. I wanted a place, I have a gym, it's a swimming pool, and blah, blah. He was like, man, this is not abroad. We may not be able to find this. So I was like, shall I look for it? And we actually found somewhere like that to rent. I was like, yeah. We didn't have a pool, but they had a jacuzzi, and then they had a gym downstairs. They just built the place. It looked like island building on the mainland. It was perfect. I paid my deposit. Then they now called me one day, man, we have to return your deposit because a company just paid for all our houses. I'm like, can't the company, can't I come under the company? Stop. When they take me, they return my money. It was so sad. We looked for another house and looked and did not find for the place to rent. So now I'm like, okay, I'm tired. And my agent called me, like, I found a place, but it's not for rent, it's for sale. And I said, what's this? I don't want to buy a house. And I said, come and see it. And I went to the place. Now saw the plan. Should I say I wanted swimming pool, I wanted gym, it was almost like they created the place that I wanted, and they said we will sell it. Now, I've worked that muscle of knowing not to negotiate. I've worked the muscle. I'm like, look, I wanted to rent, but if it's to buy, I told him, put the down deposit, we'll find the money. Okay. How much in down deposit? Like 3 billion. That place was about 35. I was like, put the down deposit, like 3 or 5 million, put it. You'll be fine. So you're paying for husband, you're paying for this one. Let me tell you something. You become the thing you are. You don't know when you become it. From 1 to 2 to land to the exact muscle. I'm telling you how I worked for wealth is the exact way the things start coming up. It starts coming up. The first one, you finish the husband, you move to this one where you're looking for something, then you move to the other land. I was looking for land to build like a discovery center type thing. That's why I went to Ibejuleke. That's why I'm saying that you have to go and get land where you want, buy it there. But I was like, this is not right. There's no water. I need water in my soul. Before that picture came. But you see, everything I'm telling you is everything I've done for everything I really want. Make the picture so clear that you can describe how the kitchen of your house looks like in your imagination. You can describe it. You know it when you've gone there. The way I knew that beach land when I stepped there, I'm like, the land is mine. Forget my bank account. The land is mine. Why? It stayed so much in my subconscious that when it was time for the land to be sold, and that land had not been sold for years, the land said, I know the owner. Things start working together to cause me to see a picture, to send my agent to get to Quickly, I'm like, I went and they say when you see the Judah negotiators, when they gave me the price of the land, the first swallowed spit because it's a beachfront, so they are gonna give you a high price. But I remember my lion and the bear. I've killed the lion, I've killed the bear. I've exercised that muscle. I'm like, can you take a down payment? Can you take a payment plan? I put a down payment. You give me time. I don't have a problem creating it. You remember at the beginning I said, do what? Say, give me what? Time. You give me time. It's mine. It's with everything I've done. The difference is you use your memory for regret. I use my memory to create. You use your imagination to go to the past to worry about it. I use my imagination to build the future. I'm telling you how to reprogram. So back to that question someone asked me. If you are saying something like, I think it was someone asked me a question of, how do you get over something you don't want? You don't want this thing, you don't want this thing, but then you see it in your life. I'm like, look, let me tell you, it's how the subconscious is formed. If you say, I don't want to be like my father, 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 the subconscious doesn't hear positive or negative. The subconscious, remember, your subconscious is not deductive. It doesn't hear what you're saying. What it hears is my father, my father, my father, my father, my father. So guess what it's going to create? With whether you wanted it or not, it's going to create your father. Even if what you are saying is, I don't want to be like my father, I don't want to be like my father, I don't want to be like my father, what your subconscious, what you are repeating, spaced repetition over time is my father, my father, my mother, I don't want to be poor, I don't want to be poor, I don't want to be poor, I don't want to be poor. What your subconscious is hearing is poor, 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 poor. Guess what is going to create? Poverty. Do you think most poor people want to be poor? Most poor people have been saying all their life that they don't want to be poor. Why do you think most people who left abusive homes end up in abusive marriages? Because they keep saying, I don't want an abusive home, I don't want an abusive home, I don't want it. And they all the subconscious hears is abuse, 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 abuse. Your subconscious is going to create it. So stop saying what you don't want. Start saying what you want. Thank you, Ekpo. Some of us, and adults, this is where adults and children differ. Adults, we're programmed to say what we don't want. So if someone says, what job do you want? You're going to be like, oh, I don't want a job that gives me stress. Oh, I don't want a job that makes me travel too long. Oh, I don't want a job I don't want a job. That's how we're programmed to answer. If someone says, what kind of man do you want? You're like, I don't want a man that will just come and give me. I don't want her. I don't. But children programmed to say what they want. Mommy, I want. Mommy, I want. Mommy, I want. Mommy, I want. It's when you give them what they don't want that you hear them say, I don't want. But children say what they want. Adults have been programmed to say what they don't want. Change that equation. Write the vision. Make it plain.
Make it plain.
Make it clear. As clear. Are you guys still hearing me? Am I okay?
Loud and clear.
My internet is on. All right, fantastic. Make it plain. Make it plain. Make it plain. Then it says, fill your mind with it. Build in the faculty of your imagination, your will, your perception. Stop believing other people when they say, you're wasting your money. Oh, hey, that's about chopping your money. You're there. You've been paying them. When I started investing in my coaching, my friends were like, they want to get here. You're paying. Every salary you get, you go and be paying for coaching, Now you move from John Maxwell to Paul. Now you now have 6 coaches. There's Carrie, there's this, there's that. Every skill that I found in my life, I got a coach for. Every skill that I found in my life, I got a coach for. You're joking with your own. Why? Who programmed you to take yourself so lackadaisically? Even when I wanted to transition to natural hair, nobody got time to be solving, to be combing. He had hair. He got a coach. I'm just like, no. Someone have come over this natural hairline. And ain't nobody got time for this. I'm not going to be going to YouTube to 10,000 tutorials, drench my hair in rice milk, do neem oil, scatter balance it. I'm just like, please. Who are the coaches I need in my life? Kemi Lewis, and he's a hair coach. Gloria, these 8 long men. Don't be jealous in me. It's a coaching process. My life is an entire coaching process. So that's why my life is an entire coaching process. That's why I am unapologetic about the cost to you for coaching. I'm like, if they wake me up in my sleep, my mother was like, oh, people admire you, but they don't know how much you've invested in yourself. If you wake me up in my sleep, the last time I counted, I've spent nothing less than almost £1 million on coaching, just coaching. Because if your life and what it is the most valuable thing to you, why are you playing small? Why is your clothes collection more important in your steady investment in your personal growth? Why is your shoe collection loud spenders? Why your bag collection so great? Don't you realize that you are in Daboski? Everything comes from you. So your first investment is you. So while my friends then, when I was in England, were using their credit cards to pay down payment for houses and stuff like that, I was using my credit card to pay down payment for coaching. At the time, it looked stupid. But I remember saying, you're using your down payment for house. I am house. I am the house. If I use the down payment on me, I will produce the house. You use your down payment on the car. I house the car. It comes from me. I am source, co-creator. I need to use the down payment on understanding how to create from who I am. At this point in time in my life, it doesn't matter if you wake me up from my sleep, and if I lose the money, I cannot be broke. It's not possible. And it's not a religious statement either. Why? I've learned how to produce over and over and over everything I need. You will not have the money for everything you need. You were never supposed to. That's not how life works. Imagine you having a child and then you're like, oh, I've just given birth to a child. Shola is like, wow, my child is so nice, so great. And then I'm going to keep everything that this child needs from age 1 to age 70 in a store. Is it possible to keep everything your child needs from age 1 to 70 in a store? Then it's the same thing we're asking God. God has kept in a storage everything we need. Just ask him for it so he can send it down from heaven. That's a big lie. God has no storage for you. Zero. They're like, no. You have a storage for you. You have a storage for Maya. I have a storage for. So you will pluck it from where it is in the heavens and it will come down to earth. I beg to disagree. He said he has given you all that pertains to life and godliness, meaning I've put creative power in you. You will create what you need. If you understand how to create, you don't lack, because when you now see something you need, you activate creation. You will understand how to use your will, your intellect, your memory, your imagination. You will understand how to move it from conscious to subconscious to now create it. Once you move from seed to soil, give it time. Seed to soil, keep watering it, give it time. It must sprout, must. That's how you create money. Money doesn't control you. Money is just like, me and money, we have conversations. I'm like, who's your daddy? He's like, you. Who's your mommy? You. For who's your mommy? You. And so when I hear someone say, I can't afford it, you can, listen to me, you can afford anything you really want. You can afford anything, except you don't really want it. You can afford anything you really want. Your money is directly attached to your mindset. Mindset directly attached to your results or your dividends. If I work the muscle, and remember I said how you program yourself to brush your teeth, you work the muscle, you work the muscle, you work the muscle, you work the muscle until. That's why money making is a sport for some people. Money making is a sport for Warren Buffett. Money making is a sport for Jeff Bezos. Money making is a sport for Tyler Perry. It's a sport. Why? You work the muscle, you work the muscle, you work the muscle. You just fell down Yakata once. You're like, no, I'm not doing it again. They stole my money. No, you're going to lose money. I've lost money in working the muscle. I'll put a down deposit. In fact, recently I was like, let's work the muscle, work the muscle, work the muscle. Let's go and buy a house in Dubai. Put down deposit. Then I was like, yeah, I changed my mind. I don't want a house in Dubai again. They're like, you can't take by your down deposit. I'm like, take it. Rubbish, how much is it? We'll create another one. Work the muscle. I've lost money in things that I thought I wanted that I don't want anymore. But you see, it doesn't paralyze you. Some of you are too paralyzed to make decisions because you're like, I don't want to lose my money. I don't want to lose my money. Look at me, lose it. So that you can gain it. You're going to lose money. But if you learn how to produce it, you don't really mind what you lost. It will pain you. It will pain you. But you don't really mind it because you can create it. You don't really mind it because you can create it. And in Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill said, and once you learn how to create money, once money starts coming, it will come at such a rate you will wonder where it has been all your life. Because once money responds to those who understand its characteristics and DNA, it responds. Money is not responding to you because you are chasing it. Money doesn't respond to people who chase it in that energy of scarcity. Money responds to those who know how to create it, who know how to court it, who know how to command, who know how to use it, experiment with it, put money in its place. It's a resource of exchange. Nobody needs money. You need the things that money can get you. Never forget that. Money in itself, it's a tool of exchange. We forget that. So we're hoarding money. We're not exchanging it for the knowledge we need. We're not exchanging it for the life we need. We're just hoarding because that's what we're taught. Money is a tool for exchange. And so to those of you that asked, the book study, Think and Grow Rich, starts in November. And this is like, say, snippets. That was an 8-week study, and you're with me for 8 weeks. So you're going to be brainwashed into your money relevance. And because of the breakfast tray or the lunch and dinner tray that Shola sent to me, I'm like, guys, what does Shola want? What's Shola's plan to make me to sell my birthright? First of all, I don't like discounts. I'm just like, look, you want something, pay for it. So I don't give discounts. I'm just like, but I'm like, after eating these venison that Shola have sent me, I'm like, okay, for those of you on this program here, the Think and Grow Rich study is, let me see, can I remember the price? Let me see, hold on. I've seen it. Think and Grow Rich study is $1,325 for the 8 weeks. That's 622,000 naira, according to exchange rate. The site is paid in dollars, so it's $1,325 plus 622. After I heard the venison, I'm like, I can't just go there like that. So for those of you on this program, you have to be here, or it's someone who knows you. So someone who knows you, because usually when I give people, they start saying, oh, can I bring my husband? Can I bring someone who comes through you? The people here on this get it at, instead of 622, they get it at 495, 850. So that is from 1,325 to 1,055 or so. That's what you get for those of you who want to do the book study. Any other thing that I don't necessarily, again, there's coaching programs, there's all that, but I didn't come here to sell you a program. I came here to actually teach you. I only answered that because someone wrote that here. And I could sell a program and sell the coaching, but you see, the problem is, let me tell you the problem. My programs are full. I don't need to convince you to come. It's all sold out. If you don't come, you'll do yourself. Yeah, I don't need to. Why? Because the proof of it is in the pudding. I'm literally on the calls. I'm like, this person goes like, after hearing this, going through this, someone on the call is like, I bought my own house, and literally like I'm crying on the calls. I'm like that. I'm raising a generation. I want to be part of people who raise a generation of people that money stops stopping. That we put money where in its place. It's just like we need resources to do something. How are we going to get it? And we get it. Not that, we get to get it. Oh my God. No. Where are we going to get it from? How are we going to get it? What's the plan? And I'm like, shall I have told me that shall do one? I'm like, I'm coming. Look at you. You think you can do it without me? You cannot do this Smart Investment Club without me. I'm a member. I'm a lifetime member. I'm coming to the club. Yeah. Stop trying. And then it's a perception that, people are trying to sell you into this. I'm like, lose that perception. Go and use your money for the life you want to create. Lose the perception of they're trying to get you into this program. They're trying to get you into that program. Ain't nobody need to get you into a program. If you want to stay in your poverty, you stay in your poverty quite comfortably. But you don't complain about what you permit. And then when you see other people are locked in their own, don't be like, what did they do? No, I'm telling you, other people may not be able to reverse engineer what they did. It's my core skill to be able to reverse engineer every single thing I did, to be able to teach it. And I'm telling you, as simple as creating a new belief, you can reverse engineer this thing I've taught you today. If you do it, there's so much you can get from it. It's how you create wealth. It's how you create anything. I hope with these few words of mine, I've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that you're not broke. You just lacked understanding. Thank you. Over to you, Maiwa and Shola.
Wow. I don't know where to start. I've written probably about 6 or 7 pages and definitely going to be getting the recording. I can see it's 10:30. That's almost 4 hours and it felt like 20 minutes. That says a lot about it. Thank you very much. I would say this has been transformational. And I think I'm saying it on behalf of the whole of the 300 people that were on the call. At some point, we had up to around 340. So thank you very much, ma'am. We do celebrate you. Thank you so much. Kochi, I'll hand over to you now.
What shall we say? All we have to say is thank you, sis.
You're welcome.
I'm so excited. You know what? I sleep like 8 o'clock sometimes. But look at me. I've been writing and writing. It's been a very long day. I'm totally grateful. I was on a call with Mfon, with another group, like I think last week, I can't remember. And I got an email from them for the book study. And the price is not what she has said. So I know that the law of attraction has made this happen. I see some people who are jealousing us in the chat. And I'm like, is it your venison or is it your discount? Please go and take a chill pill. We are totally delighted. This has been such an amazing one. I see there are some people who are asking about the timelines. I'm getting on the call. Definitely. We will send out an email. Today is Saturday, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Some people are asking if there's a payment plan. Yes, there's a payment plan. The link is on my bio on Instagram for those who want it. And then, yes, someone had just posted the link for your own discount. So this is a special link for those who are here. Please just copy it. They've just posted the link. There are payment plans. If you have any questions, just send your questions to, I think, info@the-discovery center, and someone would attend to you. Okay.
Thank you so much. So who is coming aboard? Who is coming aboard with me? I'm going to be there. Definitely. Let's make this happen, please. You're making it happen for yourself, not for me, right? What a summit. What a summit. My voice decided to betray me like 3 days ago, but thank God we are here. I really appreciate you, Mfon. This has been the highlight of the day for me.
You're welcome.
We're coming. Trust us, SIC members, we are storming. See, all of those AMT gang, they're always doing for us, our program. That is the AMT. This one will be Think As You Go Rich. Think and Go Rich is TAGR SIC.
TAGR gang.
Our own code will be TAGR SIC because we are going to harass all the people there. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we will make the recording available to members of the club only. And, by extension, your spouses, your friends, and all of the people that are close to you. But let's plan to be on the call, like I said, on the book study. It is going to be amazing. Yes, you can pay Naira. Just send an email to Batunde. Please, can you put out your email and whatever links, so that people can be in touch. Yes, you can join the club. Myra, can you help put the link for the club as well? So as we are learning from the book study, we are practicalizing or putting those things in practice, and we're making the money. But as we have heard, it's a thing of the mind. Okay, just like my mind has made the discount happen, and my mind made this event happen. I've never met Mfon. It just started out like a conversation. One of my friends who was on an AMT was like, when I told her, she was like, what? How did that happen? Law of attraction. Okay, there's so much more ahead. Today has been an amazing day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for they're coming powerfully. Just wait for us. You are not prepared. I trust my people. Deadline for payment, just send an email. I'm sure it will be 2 days. It's not long thing. It's not go and think till next year. You have to make payments usually within 48 hours. And there's a payment plan as well. So go for it immediately and join me. I'm making my payment on Monday morning by God's grace. Thank you, Mfon. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night rest. 226 members. I salute. All the best, and thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Don't want to
Bye.
go and sleep. Go and sleep, everybody. God bless and see you soon.